Morning. Welcome to Lisbon. How are you today? Everything okay? So thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry, I had a little accident, so I will remain seated most of the time. Yes, it was at the Olympics. That's why I didn't win anything. That's why you don't know me. My name is Fernanda Freitas. I'll be your host for today. And I'm a journalist. I was born in Portugal. I was working in Portugal I've been working in Portugal in communication for, I would say, well, oh my God, 40 years. And, but my main passion is social innovation. I'm part of the direction of ESLIDER, the Portuguese Association for Social Innovation. And I run a company that also does projects on social innovation. I'm also the president of a volunteer association, and you can find everything on your booklets or online. So thank you for having me here. Thank you for the invitation, for being here today, being your host during all day. And we will be live broadcasting on social media during all our events. And we encourage all of you to do the same. So please share your views, share your pictures, and use the hashtags you see here on the screen, which is hashtag SIT21 Lisbon, or you can tag EIB Institute rather on Twitter or on any social media. So, but please do this in a silent mode, okay? Now it's the right time to take off the sound of your phone, okay? It's amazing. Mine is already off, I hope. So you also may have noticed that we have a major cardboard outside. It's a structure, change tomorrow, today, collaborative structure at the venue, this one. And you have a little tag with some glue behind, right? And if you still haven't done it, if you haven't written your dream, write it down during the coffee break or during lunch and put it down there, because at the end of the day, we'll have a beautiful structure to share with all the world. So your wishes for a better world, so that at the end of the day, we can fill up the today words. So mine is hope. You can look around for it. It's number 81, okay? So you have to look for the numbers and then glue your part of the puzzle. That means that you are a piece of this that we're building here together, and that we're building together for the last 10 years. It was designed, it's very important to say, by a company, a sustainable structures, that only builds sustainable structures in boards, cardboard. In fact, it's called OPAS, and it's from Porto, my hometown. So congratulations to OPAS, it's an amazing structure. So today you are here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the SIT 2021st edition. As you may recall, applications closed in March, the results were in May. They'll be training from June until now, and until yesterday they were getting ready for the final that will happen today in a few moments. They are coming from Denmark, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, Norway, Poland, Spain, Sweden, and Portugal, and were selected from an outstanding group of 280 candidates in 28 countries, making the work of the EIB group experts very, very challenging until tonight. The 15 projects here today were also at the mentoring bootcamp in Vienna to tune their business model and also to be ready to pitch everything today and, of course, impress you. So let's look at the mentoring bootcamp memory video.
What we want is to empower them to further fine-tune the business model, and it's a major opportunity for them to really network, to explore synergies with the other finalists that work in different sectors, in different countries.
There are teams from medical background, from engineering background, from social backgrounds, and they all want social innovation. And this is really great to see and also to learn that teams from other industries struggle in similar things that we struggle as a social startup.
The really beauty of this whole thing is that all those purpose-driven organizations, it's sometimes difficult to really get to that place where you effectively communicate, and that's where we're helping, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're helping them to make the world a better place.
Being amongst these teams is for us extremely impressive, and I hope will be a good platform for us to reach the next level.
It's just an amazing opportunity also to get a bit more recognition and just learning about the business environment.
These 15 projects, as every year, they are very, very impressive. They are like, you know, my heroes. They inspire me because they are superheroes, I would say. They take major problems, wicked problems, and they find a solution, and they work on the solution to really make an impact for all of us.
We have been taking them through lots of different preparations for their final pitches. So everything from understanding their value propositions on a deeper level, to looking at their business models, looking at their roadmaps ahead, and then actually jumping into pitching techniques and practice itself. These 2 days are all about really preparing them fully for what's to come in Lisbon.
And yeah, amazing. Let me tell you something. About 8 years ago, I did my, here in Portugal at IES, the social business school we have here at Cascais. I did my boot camp on social innovation. It was really life-changing. So I'm so glad all of you had the chance to do this, because it's really, really amazing. And all the things you said, I'm still remembering my boot camp. It's exactly how we feel. So it's amazing to be here today with these projects, and of course with the person, one of the people that is enabling all this. So I would like you to welcome with a huge applause the Vice President of UIB, Ricardo Mourinho Félix. Olá, Ricardo. Tenho aqui o seu micro 1 no qual eu não posso tocar. So, if you use it, please.
Okay.
I cannot touch it.
No. Remove the mask, which is a moment that we get used to in our lives.
Quer pousar aqui os papéis? Seja à vontade, se quiser.
So, let me start to welcome you in this event. Let me thank all the presence of all of you, in particular of Minister of Presidency of Portugal, of the finalists, of the members of the jury, and of all that are following us here in the room and through virtual means. This event is a very special one for us. First, because it's the 10th anniversary of the Social Innovation Tournament, which has supported over the years dozens of social entrepreneurs. Secondly, because after this terrible pandemic that affected all of us, it's the first physical event in this area, and we are returning to meeting people. And we are really excited to have real people pitching a real jury. And of course, that social is about relationship between human beings. And this relationship is made physically, by meeting each other, by exchanging views, by networking with real people working and innovating together. But we have learned with the pandemic, and that's the reason why, precisely, for the first time, we are making this event hybrid. For all of you that are in the room, but reaching many more people that are not in this room, but that are following us. So I'd like to thank for all that are participating. The IB is the Bank of the European Union, and we are working in Portugal since 1976. So our activities in Portugal are almost as old as the Portuguese democracy, which is not that old, by the way, but that has evolved very well over this more than 45 years. We have modernized infrastructures. We have invested in Portugal over this period more than 52 billion euros, in 470 projects or more. We invested in health, invested in transport, in energy projects, and EIB is part of the great story of this country as a European leader in renewable energy. But we have also worked with this city, the city we are in, Lisbon. And the transformation of the city of Lisbon that all those that visit Lisbon frequently have witnessed over this last more than 10 years is a flagship project for the IB. Lisbon has been the first municipality to receive support from the Juncker Plan. Lisbon has upgraded infrastructures, has enhanced flood prevention. We have worked with the municipality of Lisbon in improving sustainable mobility and in modernizing the social housing and public equipment. And precisely this year, our special category prize is awarded to projects focusing on sustainable ways of living. Because sustainable ways of living are not anymore a niche or a naive idea. They are now at the center stage of our lives, and improving and increasing the sustainability of the way in which we live is critical to preserve our resources, to ensure that we live a much better world for the future generations. We need to make this for us, for the current generation, but also for the future generations. These projects that we are supporting over these years create an ecosystem to foster the social innovation spirit. The Institute launched the first regional social innovation incubator in Portugal. And as we are, one of our most important targets is cohesion across European countries, but also reducing inequalities in the countries. And this project is based in the region of Oporto. IRIS is a great project that the IB supported in Portugal. And by the time of the social summit of the Portuguese presidency, that the Portuguese presidency kindly invited the IB, we have the opportunity to visit IRIS and to realize how important it has been to support 30 or more startups that benefited from the services they are providing. But it's not only these 30 startups, it's more than that. It's hundreds of youngsters that were taught to use social innovation to address social and environmental problems. And we had seen there very specific and the real examples of how to do this, as we see here today with all the projects that are being presented here in the final of the tournament. Let me tell you that I feel that there is a real social entrepreneurship boom in Europe. And I feel that much in Portugal. Portugal, in fact, has been among the list of the finalists of the social innovation tournament over the years. But, of course, that we feel it in many other geographies. Today, we have, among the 15 finalists, we have 9 countries, and there is a Portuguese venture among the 15 finalists. And the projects range from producing fabrics out of citrus juice byproducts, can you imagine that, to new medical services, to inclusive education and circular economy solutions. And that palette of projects that we are supporting is extremely important because they promote what is seen by citizens as projects that increase citizenship, that increase the inclusion of those that are less well in society and promoting the activities of those that are better well off by creating an environment that contributes to reduce inequalities and to make people's life better. We'll have 4 prizes, and these 4 prizes are 2 in general category and 2 for projects focused on sustainable living. And we'll award the audience choice. And that's also a very important prize, because it's from the participation of all of those that are attending this event that they can express what they feel is the best project. And this is critical in the 21st century, and in particular in social innovation. Getting people's feeling of what they think are the needs of the society and give answers to necessities that many times those that live in public policy institutions don't even realize that they exist. It's important to have this demand-driven and to have this commitment to deliver to needs that are felt by our citizens. That's how democracy in the 21st century should build up, by integrating better citizens and those that have the duty to take the decisions and to deliver to the citizens. I cannot finish without nominating 2 projects that I think were very important and that were supported by the IB. SPEAK project, which is about social inclusion of migrants and refugees. It's a project about language and cultural exchange, and it started with us, and it's now operating in 12 countries. But also Color Red. Color Red invented a symbolic language for colorblind people to navigate through colors. And today you have this language being used in things that are as common and as known to us as the codes of the UNO cards or beach flags in some beaches across the world. These are 2 projects that show how ideas that are very simple can spread across the world, and that's part of what is social innovation these days. Let me conclude by thanking the EIB Institute and all the teams, those that are here and those that stayed in Luxembourg. And I'd like to thank to Luís, to Francisco and to Luisa for all the work they have done, and I'd like to ask them to convey my deep gratitude to their teams. This is a very special competition because it's not about who wins tonight. It's about nurturing ground for social entrepreneurs, about creating networks, and all of those that come to this final will join the alumni network that has more than 150 entrepreneurs across 30 countries. It's the possibility to access a wealth of resources, training, grants, and to experts that can make the projects more impactful. And that's a great aim or a key aim for the IB, not only in the social innovation, but in all projects that we fund. Impact. It's not about lending money and putting money only on projects. It's about creating jobs. It's about making people's lives better. It's about assessing an output and understand that what we have done in financing has in fact changed people's lives. So I think that it's extremely important for us that some that are in this room, at least some, if not all, in the future will become EIB clients in our funding products such that we can make their impact even bigger. Social innovation is about motivation, and I have felt over this period a great motivation by all social entrepreneurs. It's about having open minds and inspire others. And let me tell you to conclude that entrepreneurs know it well. In entrepreneurship, the key thing is the possibility of doing great things, but also the possibility to fail. And fail is not losing, because in life, either you win or you learn, and only those that give up fail. And entrepreneurs never give up, so they never fail, they always win or learn. Thank you very much. I'd like to wish all the best for the finalists, and to all participants, gold rings on you all. Thank you very much.
Obrigada. Obrigada. Muito obrigada. Oh, sorry, I was just speaking in Portuguese. Well, for the moment you already know how to speak Portuguese, right? At least you know how to say, let's go to the beach. because we have a wonderful weather. Not this in Luxembourg, right? Or in Belgium, or in Germany. I spoke yesterday with people from Germany. They were very happy to be here. So, and Ricardo mentioned 3 projects that I really know very well. IRIS Incubadora, the incubator, which I'm proudly an ambassador here in Lisbon. And Speak, I haven't seen Hugo Menino Aguiar, I don't think he's here. He's there, hi, Hugo. Amazing, amazing project. In fact, I'm very, very proud to know Hugo and his amazing work. And the Colorette, Miguel Neiva is here. So just wave so people know who we are. He's always dressed in black. Okay, always. And he has this little pin with the symbol of Colorado. So it's a symbol for blind, colorblind people. So please meet them during coffee breaks and lunches because they have amazing stories to share, stories on entrepreneurship and especially on not giving up, which is, I believe, Ricardo, Mourinho, Félix, the most important message. We really either win, either learn. And I'm fortunate to say that we've been winning and learning in Portuguese thanks to this, at least 3, but we have 1,000 of amazing projects in our Portuguese social innovation ecosystem. So I really believe that now we deserve a big applause. Portugal deserves a big applause. And I would like you to welcome our Minister of the Presidency and also of Administrative Modernization, Mariana Vieira da Silva. Welcome, Ministra, como está? Bom dia. Vou-lhe pedir para pegar no micro 2, se faz favor. Neste aqui, eu não posso tocar.
Good morning. Dear Vice President of the European Investment Bank, dear members of the jury, distinguished finalists of the Social Innovation Tournament, ladies and gentlemen, here and online. I'm really delighted to join you today for the 10th edition of this tournament, a flagship initiative of the European Investment Bank. 10 years of an initiative that recognizes and supports the best European social entrepreneurs, that seeks to encourage the development of innovative ideas and rewards initiatives that contribute to the creation of social, ethical, or environmental impact. In a decade, the European Investment Bank's Social Innovation Tournament has supported more than 140 European social entrepreneurs in 28 countries. This year, 208 projects submitted their applications to the tournament, and from there to the best 15 were selected to be in this final session and finally together physically. Never, as in the past year, social innovation been so visible and so necessary, along with the need to have strong, capable and resilient public institutions. Our societies have to reinvent themselves and adapt to unimaginable challenges. Nevertheless, this crisis that we are still going through, like all crises before, will have more impact on the most fragile on our societies, thus contributing to worsening poverty and social inequalities. It is therefore important to act as quickly and effectively as possible to mitigate and reverse these effects, making use of the different national recovery and resilience plans, the centerpiece of Next Generation EU, and in close articulation with the social and business sectors and with civil society. And if we obviously need to act on the strategic challenges of digital transition and ecological transition, no less important to our collective future will be the necessary reinforcement of the social cohesion of our societies. 25 years ago, a former Prime Minister of Portugal, Maria de Lourdes Pintacilgo, as the president of the committee that drafted the report for a Europe of civil and social rights, warned that European integration should not lose sight of the need to deepen social rights, not only as a way to protect European democratic foundations, but also as a vehicle for the deepening of European citizenship. It is in this context that we must today become actively involved in the debate on the future of Europe, that we, with the emphasis on the importance of the Porto Declaration, should have in this debate, and the consequent impulse to the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Only by deepening the path to convergence and cohesion, we will consolidate the common future that we want to build together. And social innovation is key to that future, to that change. Today, 7th of October, is the World Day for Decent Work. It is a date that, in the context of a pandemic crisis, where many have lost their jobs or their social or their labor rights, takes on a new importance. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated existing flaws in our societies when it comes to decent work, pay, and income. And rebuilding a society that rewards essential workers and ensures decent working conditions for all should be one of the key orientations for all institutions in the coming years. It is in the hands of all of us, public and private institutions, business and social sector, national and European institutions, to ensure that in 10 years, when we'll mark the 20th anniversary of this tournament, we will have a fairer, a more sustainable, and a more equal society. Many congratulations to the finalists and to the European Investment Bank. I wish you all an excellent event in Lisbon. Thank you very much.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Fernanda.
Pode deixar aí, obrigada. Obrigada. Thank you so much, Mariana Vieira da Silva, our minister. And I'm so happy to hear that you're really in love with social innovation. We really need it. We really need it. So now it's time for me to explain you some rules of our event. The finalists will be randomly drawn. They will have then 7 minutes to present their pitches, and then the jury has 5 minutes to question and answers. No Q&A from the audience, but of course you are all invited to talk to them during our lunch break. Let me also mention 2 important rules. There will be no in and out of the room during the presentations, okay? Our finalists are already so nervous, and this will make them even more nervous. So let's keep, it's only 7 and 5 minutes wait, so more or less 10-15 minutes wait. So please just stay in your seats. And as I said before, turn off the sound of your phones. You can share a lot of information, you can tag us online, but please do it quietly in a silent mode so you don't disturb the pitch of our finalists, okay? You also have this booklet at your amazing bag, recycled, cotton recycled bag, okay? And in this booklet you can find more about the projects, about the jury. You can skim through the contents and also take notes. Let me remind you once again about the structure, the cardboard structure that we have outside, and don't forget to write your message during lunch break if you still haven't done it. So there are a table, pens, glue. You can do everything during lunch break, okay? So we have the words completely full with your little pieces that you also find inside your bag. So now it's time for me to introduce you to our jury, which will have an amazing work today. You will find all the information you need, more information you need on the booklet. But please welcome Concepcion Galdon. Hi Concepcion, how are you? She's the director of IE Center for Social Innovation and Sustainability, and also leads the EI Sustainable Impact in Teaching and Research from our neighbor Spain. So, bienvenida. Other members from Italy, we have the co-founder and partner of Opes Italia, co-founder and chairwoman of Fondazione Opes, Elena Casolari. Ciao Elena, benvenuta. Our very own Portuguese Filipe Almeida, President of Portugal Social Innovation. Hi Filipe. Olá, bom dia. We also have Justina Aldershea, Impact Investor, Fund Manager, and Triodos Investment Manager from Netherlands. Where are you? Hi. Hallo, Justina. Maakt u het? Okay, I'm trying all the languages I know. We also have the founding executive director of Hoffman Global Institute for Business and Society and INSEAD, Catel Le Goulven. Bonjour, Catel, ça va? Also in French, chairman of Fitrust Impact Investors, Olivier Deguerre. Bonjour. At last but not least, the co-founder of Shaping Impact Group, fund manager of SI2 Fund and INZ, Peter Oosterlander, Belgium and Netherlands here as well. Hallo, willkommen. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have some time off work to enjoy our beautiful Lisbon, our beautiful beaches. Please enjoy this weather. We made it just for today and tomorrow, okay, and then starts to rain. No, I hope it doesn't start to rain, but please enjoy being in Portugal because we're having this late summer during October, so please do enjoy our city. As you have been said before, you have been told before, we have prizes, and the mark of the 10th anniversary of the SIT in 2021 winning projects in the general category and special category will be awarded a first or second prize of 75,000 and 30,000 euros. So it's a lot of money, so thank you very much for this generosity. This year we have a special category which will go to projects focused on sustainable living. Up to 2 projects will also be selected to attend INSEAD's social entrepreneurship program in Fontainebleau, France, which is amazing because I've done it as well, okay? So it will be an amazing prize as well. Projects are also competing for Audience Choice Awards, 10,000 euros. The project with the most votes will receive this 10,000 euros Audience Choice Award. So please do not miss the opportunity to vote for your 3 favorite projects. Voting will be opening online from 3 o'clock and up to 7 o'clock Lisbon time. And you can vote at our website, www.sit2021.org. So up from 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so after lunch, you can vote in this website, okay? So don't forget, they have the chance to win 10,000 euros. So now we will have the difficult task to draw the order of presentations, and I will have the president of the jury to help me here. We will draw the order of presentations, and you can use your booklet to write down the order. So I'll just put on my mask. Concepción, are you ready? ¿Estás lista? Es un poco como el bingo, ¿eh?
Ya veo, ya.
O el gordo en España. So, we'll have, oops, sorry. 1 bag for the ones you take, okay, and 1 bag for you to take, and I will write down the order, okay? Can we do it like this? Shall we do it in green or in red? You know how to this? If you don't know which one is red or green, you ask Miguel. He has color red. So let's go. Okay. The first one is
number 10.
Number 10. So ADVITOS will be number 10, okay? Then ANGIODROID will be number 6, okay? Beyond Leather Materials from Denmark, number 8. CELLUGY, ECOFLEXY will be number 14. Then Inclusive Education Germany, 12. Trust me, I don't know if you're seeing it, but trust us, okay? Number 2 will be IRRIOT or ERRIOT. 2, right?
Yes.
Yes. MAGRID will be number 9. They're getting more nervous because number 1 is still not here. NUVENTURA, 15. Orange Fiber, 4. Repurpose Global, number 3. This is funny. I will be working for Lotto. The Newsroom, 11. UVERA, the first one is from Poland. So get ready. Come on, people, get ready. Ah, you're here. You're not saying anything. Okay. Spain, VORTEX, BLADELESS, it's number 7. VASA 3.0, 13. At last but not least, WHEELMAP, number 5. Okay. Anyone bingo? No? No. Thank you, Conceição.
Thank you.
A big applause for her. Thank you so much. We did an excellent job. So if any television, European television is watching us, me and Concepcion, we can do this for Christmas, Lotto, okay? So thank you so much. We have the order. So I will remind you so that you can get ready. Number 1 from Poland, UVERA. Number 2 from Sweden, IRRIOT. Number 3 from Norway, Repurpose Global. Number 4, Orange Fiber from Italy. Number 5, I don't know where number 5 is. Oh, here, the last one, WHEELMAP, sorry, from Germany. Then we have number 6 from Italy, ANGIODROID. Then number 7 from Spain, VORTEX, BLADELESS. Then number 8 from Denmark, Beyond Leather Materials. Then number 9 from Luxembourg, MAGRID. Number 10 from Germany, ADVITOS. Number 11 from Portugal, the Newsroom. Then number 12 from Germany, Inclusive Education. Then we have number 13, also from Germany, VASA 3.0. Then 14, Denmark, CELLUGY, ECOFLEXY. And at last, as the last one this afternoon, NUVENTURA from Germany. Nervous? No. I'm glad you're not nervous. This is easy. It's easier than it looks. This is a very, very important year for the EIB Institute and the social program. As you know, this is the 10th edition. We could have dreamed back, who could have dreamed back in 2012 in Luxembourg, reaching after these years to so many other cities in Europe. Now we invite you to get inspired with this video that reminds us how wonderful these last 10 years have been.
European Investment Bank Institute organizes every year an European-wide competition, the Social Innovation Tournament, to select Europe's best social entrepreneurs.
Social Innovation Tournament is the flagship program, if you want, of the social program.
Identifies and awards to the best social innovators in Europe and builds a network and an alumni community that helps their development.
With new ideas, with innovation, and with hard work, of course.
Addressing real problems with passionate and innovative ways.
Create a network all over Europe, so that is the thing that will definitely bring home the network of all the people here.
You can collaborate on
build synergies on research, on business development, and how we can work together.
Learning and sharing. And they learned one important thing.
You can have a good idea to change the world, but you also have to have an amazing strategy.
New projects with a lot of potential and impact.
It's a way for us to accelerate. It's a way to give visibility to the project.
Society and the environment, bottom line, prioritizes doing the right thing.
Fight and persist in order to follow his cause.
All these ideas can really have an impact and change the life of everyone every day.
During this morning, before lunch, we'll have pitches from number 1 to number 8, and then during the afternoon, the others pitches. Now we'll start. Do you want to leave? Because it's no in and out right now, okay? So close the door, bring the dogs, okay? So now for the first pitch, UVERA, welcome them, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you feel it? Gentle sea waves, peaceful ocean breeze, kids playing around. This summer we had a break from COVID-19, and we could finally see this wonderful scene of mothers applying a sunscreen to their children. They probably read that every 2 minutes, someone around the world is diagnosed with the skin cancer, and that every 10, an adult died of melanoma. But what probably they weren't aware of is that popular UV protectors are no less harmful. Just recent studies has revealed that chemical sunscreens are causing significant damage to oceans' biodiversity. When you swim or shower, they enter our waterways and destroy marine lives, making corals, fish, and plankton unable to reproduce. Some chemical UV protectors are toxic, even at the concentration of 1 drop in 6 Olympic-sized swimming pools. No wonder some Pacific island countries, Hawaii and Thailand, has already banned certain sunscreens. France, Florida, and Mexico will be imposing similar restrictions soon. But when you look closely at the research behind those bans, it seems that popular sunscreens could be also the asbestos of 21st century. They include chemicals that may accumulate in our body, disrupt hormones, and even they are linked to DNA damage. And here it comes, UVERA. We produce the next generation UV protective substance, which is safe, healthy, and eco-friendly. The revolution comes with our cyanobacteria, which have mastered in synthesis of the highest known UV protection factor. They had no other option, as 2 billion years ago, the Earth had no atmosphere and the UV radiation was simply cosmic. The social impact of our solution is enormous. Every year, over 1 billion of sunscreen is being sold worldwide, and this number will double in next decade. And now, we can reduce 99% of the waste sunscreen, which is dissolved in the oceans every summer by tourists, by us. We are targeting the multi-billion euro sunscreen market with the product that cosmetic companies have been searching for years. And no wonder why cosmetic companies like Sisley and J&J are vitally interested in our solution. I know that many startups strive to introduce the revolutionary changes, but only few of them have all the threads needed for a successful execution of the idea. It's team, strategy, and capacity, and we prove to have the best of all three. Firstly, our outstanding team consists of the international scientists and experienced entrepreneurs. We have successfully commercialized 5 medical products, closed 3 global licensing deals,
and several M&A processes with the total value exceeding 500 million euro. On board, we have also 2 world-renowned chemistry professors, along with the 20 senior scientists who publish in Nature and obtain several patents. You may know our founding father, Jack, a honorary citizen of the Lisbon for his innovative wall renovation of Mosteiro dos Jerónimos. As a former NASA scientist who specialized in the searching for new forms of life, he discovered our cyanobacteria. And we all know that it's going to be the next big thing, not only in the cosmetic, but also in the space industry, which is right now looking for the new anti-UV coatings for planes and the space rockets. Secondly, we have clear go-to-market strategy. We are the only one to produce the UV protective substance which outperform the products based on the harmful chemicals, as well as the sun oil with the low stability and low sun protection factor. However, we don't want to compete in the red ocean of the retail brands. Instead, we are focusing on R&D to serve all interested companies and manufacturers and thereby increase the social impact of our innovation. We expect to break even in 2023 through licensing of our technology to cosmetic manufacturers. Additionally, we would like also to sell our raw materials to the cosmetic producers. And thanks to our zero-waste production process, we will supply agriculture and pharma industry with our fertile biomass. And finally, we have enough capacity to go with the large scale. We have gathered over 4.5 million euro in capex to build our pilot biofactory, and now we are looking for additional 3 million for international rollout. The SIT prize we would like to devote for the next indication to follow the R&D studies towards the space industry. The manufacturing process is very cost efficient. Our bacteria are working 24/7 to produce the best no UV protector, which is safe for us and from the environment. Our eco-friendly production process consumes tons of the carbon dioxide in order to release oxygen and the fertile biomass as the byproducts, all in line with circular economy and Green Deal. But let's come back to the mission of UVERA that drives our great commitment. The way we live on Earth is sending us and our biodiversity into decline. The good news is that if we act now, we can yet put it right. Our patent-protected UV substance addresses the strong need of the cosmetic industry and responds to incredible demand for next-generation health products without changing consumer habits. We have already a lot of partners who trust us on our mission, and today I'm asking you to join our journey. Thank you. Let's protect together our planet and ourselves.
Thank you, Madalena. Thank you, Madalena. And you managed to...
Yes, and I would like also to invite for the Q&A session our Chief Medical Officer, Adam Kiciak.
Adam, join us. Welcome.
Hello, bon dia.
Bon dia. And now we have 5 minutes Q&A from the jury, please. Okay, we have... yes.
Well, congratulations on a great presentation and, for breaking the ice for everybody else. When I was reading your application, I just went on Google and typed sustainable sunscreen. And, 10 to 15 options came up, among them Econ or Biotherm, some big brands. So I'd be interested in understanding how your solution compares to them, to those big brands that have sunscreen that they claim is good for the environment.
Will you answer it? Oh, okay. So actually, most of the sunscreen companies, they're using the chemical UV protectors, which has already proven that they are harmful for our body and also for the ecosystem. And on the other hand, we have the mineral one, which is titanium dioxide and zinc oxide. But even if they're thought to be that they're ecological, the way of the production of them is far from the ecological point of view. We need to use a lot of acidic substances to get them away, and also we are generating a lot of carbon dioxide during that procedure. So like, the best proof is that when we are talking with the cosmetic industry, they have no questions. Like, they know that there is no ecological friendly UV protector. And even the company, like let's say it's from the premium brand, Sisley, the UV protector is only the one substance which is not eco-friendly within the formulation. So exactly, it's like that. Like that we are not explaining the problem, we are just sitting by the table and they are asking for the properties.
Magdalena, you did great. Good job.
Thank you.
My question is with regard to clinical trials and RCTs. Could you could you tell us where that sits, please? Thank you.
Regarding the clinical trials, in fact, to enter the cosmetic industry, the cosmetic market, there is no huge need for any kind of clinical studies. But we do plan to arrange all of them, including the studies in humans for long-term application. Because the problem comes from the short-acting applications, that they don't show the exact way how the chemicals penetrate and accumulate in the human body. We would like to do all the clinical trials first and then to enter the market. And all of them are already planned, and some of them will be realized together with Sisley laboratories, GLP certified.
Let's go. We still have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the work you do. Just wondering, where do you stand in your effort of raising funds, and what kind of investors you are looking for?
We are definitely looking for the smart money, for the investors who understand and who can also trust with our innovation, because we would like to spread it together with our partners. So on board, we have already the investors who really believe in our idea and who really trust us as our business partners. However, right now we are looking for the investment which is more focused on that kind of the market, on the cosmetic industry, and also who can bring us to for example, the other indications, which was the cosmetic, space industry that I have mentioned during the presentation.
1 minute left. Okay.
Yes. To follow the question, you've got business partner, you're raising 3 million euros. What would be the use of the prize if you win? What will be the use of the prize if you win it?
The use of the prize, this SIT prize, which we are applying right now, will be used for the next indication. We would like to follow R&D study towards checking the extreme stability, to go into the space industry market, to check for the UV coatings for the planes and the space rockets.
We have proven, for example, the resistance up to 400 Celsius degree. It's absolutely outstanding.
30 seconds. You can still have one last question. No? It's okay. Philippe?
Yes, congratulations for your project, and thank you for drawing our attention to a very damaging environmental problem that we are not aware of, most of us. My question is, do you have a specific plan to reach the low-income regions of the world? How do the low-income citizens get access to your product?
So it's a yes or no answer.
Social campaign. And I cannot say more.
No? We'll reach out
I can, okay. We are planning to also to start social campaign to make people aware that the problem exists. And thanks to the licensing model of our technology, we would like to focus on own brands and to, spread the innovation in a really close way. But we would like to sell the license to as many distributors as we can, so we can spread our innovation and, in fact, that solution all over the world in a short time.
Okay, thank you so much. Big applause, Adam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Magdalena. Thank you. The best of luck for you. And as you can see, we are not alone. We have back in Luxembourg, Carolina Schuler, who was very, very busy drawing while the project were being pitched. So she will do a draw to every single pitch. So it's an amazing work. So thank you so much for your work, Carolina. Carolina is a graphic designer, and she translates stories, strategies, and ideas into images that are not just beautiful, but also, more important, also serve as clarification, transform complication into a collective memory piece. So Thank you so much, Carolina. We don't see you, but we see your beautiful drawing, so I think Carolina also deserves your applause. Now let's go to the second one, and the second project comes from Sweden. Let's welcome Johan with IRRIOT. Hello, welcome.
Good morning, guys. My name is Johan Wendt, and I'm here to introduce you to IRRIOT, which stands for Irrigation Internet of Things. IRRIOT is a wireless irrigation automation platform. Literally, what we do is that we take a brain and we put it on top of an existing irrigation system. And this allows our users to save 50% of the water for irrigation, and at the very same time, they can increase their crop yield with 30%. The problem that we are set out to solve is that 70% of the world's fresh water consumption goes to the agricultural sector, and much of it is wasted. At the very same time, we have a global water shortage, and we need to produce more food than ever before. IRRIOT came to life when my dear friend Mikael, who spent over 20 years at Ericsson developing and building professional telecommunication networks, he needed to go on a vacation with his family, and he had to have his garden irrigated. He built the very first prototype for IRRIOT, and it worked so well that he decided to showcase it to me and Alex, and the three of us co-founded a company around it. So IRRIOT consists of three main components. The first is a central computer that we call a controller. The second is our cloud technology. And in the field, we have our solar-powered RTUs, remote terminal units. And this system works like this. You plug in the controller, immediately a LoRa network is created. LoRa stands for long-range radio, and it basically works like a Wi-Fi, but with a much longer distance. So for a distance of up to 5 kilometers, we can control and operate anything. The RTUs in the field, we connect them to the valves, and they have two tasks. The first task is to execute the irrigation commands, literally opening and shutting the valves. The second task is to gather all the sensor data and send this sensor data to the controller. Based on the sensor data, new irrigation decisions will be taken. Our controller constantly syncs with our cloud software, which allows us to save and store big data, and also for our customers to set up and control everything through their laptop or cell phone. They can go in at any time and check their irrigation logs, and if something goes wrong, they will get a notification or alarm to their cell phone. By optimizing the irrigation to the very last drop of water, we are able to reduce the water usage for irrigation with 50%, and at the same time increase the crop yield with 30%. We do have competitors out there, we don't like them. What they do is that they dig down kilometers, tens of kilometers of copper cables covered in plastic in the ground and try to solve the same problem. They are extremely environmentally unfriendly, they're very fragile, and they cost 3 times more installed and ready than our system. So we have about 100 customers right now, and in 12 countries. Actually, next week, a very cool installation is taking place. 3 IRRIOT systems are being installed in the Sahara Desert. And just a thought that IRRIOT is being part of making the desert blossom again is fantastic. We started sales in the second half of last year, and to be honest, they were not very impressive. Due to COVID, we had a hard time reaching out. But this year, everything rocketed to the sky. We are expecting to sell for around €500,000 this year, and we are expecting to sell for closer to €2 million by the end of next year. We sell our hardware with a very healthy margin. On top of this, we have subscription fee for our software, and we're looking into monetizing the big data that we are storing. So what I have told you now is what we have done. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we will do. Every living thing out there, animals, humans, plants, we all send out electromagnetic impulses based on what we are experiencing. So if a plant is low on water, or needs a certain nutrient, it will send out these signals through its system. We have found a Swiss sensor company that have specialized in harnessing these signals and translating them. And by integrating these sensors to our system, we will create an irrigation platform where a plant will go like, dude, I could need some more water, boom, IRRIOT provides it for them. Or I could need some more calcium, boom, IRRIOT provides it for them. So the plants will literally be able to irrigate and nutrient themselves. We call this a bio-intelligent irrigation automation system. We just received €500,000 in grants to further develop this. It's a 3-year project, and it will be commercially available in 2024. And as I said, this is the world's first and only bio-intelligent irrigation system. So IRRIOT is already on a great path to success, and if we were to win this competition, we would dedicate the money to focus our sales on the parts of Europe that are the driest, have the worst water scarcity, and needs our solution the most. And by that, I thank you for listening, and I hope you can hit me with your hardest questions. Thank you.
Okay, so the jury now, who wants to speak with our Johan?
Don't be shy.
Okay, you just have to press your button and let's go.
So you say that you don't like your competitors because they are more expensive, among maybe the other things. So I'm just wondering, how much does it cost, your solution? And is it affordable for everyone?
So, I mean, it depends on the size of the farm. Small farm costs less, larger farms cost more. But the great thing is that, like, several communities with small farmers can share one system. They can have different one controller and several remote stations. And with larger quantities, we can we get larger margins and can cut the prices and make it more affordable for other people. So a normal installation would go for 6,000 to 7,000 euros, something like that. We have received attention from, like right now, we have installations on 4 continents, and we're negotiating with resellers from each and every single continent in the world. So the market is ready price-wise for our system. Keep them coming, keep them coming.
Sorry, can I? No, because it's very related to what you say. But there is any chance that the price can go down?
Absolutely. With larger quantities, the prices go down. So the more we sell, obviously the most wealthy countries will first invest in this, but they are helping the poorer countries to reduce the prices, and it will be available also to the poor countries. And we will continue to develop this. We are looking into making an even cheaper version for the low-income countries.
Okay, Justina?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Impressive. And I think my question actually relates to what you said last. Part of your solution is technical. It's development of applications. How do you guarantee continuity, especially because you said you are going to be active or are already active in 4 continents? Do you have a team of developers? What does that cost?
So we do have a team. Right now we are 5 people working full time. We just closed a round. Also we're looking into taking in even more, especially cloud developers. We have so much sales going on right now that the continuity comes with the sales. So there are no guarantees. Any company can drop that tomorrow, but we have a very bright future, I think.
Yeah. Can I ask a question, Johan? Thank you for your presentation. Can you give an impression of what the number of sensors you need in the field per hectare? How dense is that? And are those sensors own manufactured by you, or is it off-the-shelf technology?
It's off-the-shelf technology. We see ourselves as a platform, and then we cherry pick which sensors. Because in the smart agtech industry, the sensors are exploding. Like everyone are building sensors right now. The thing is, we are the platform, we're the Amazon, and we are integrating the sensors that we find the best. We have tested like billions of sensors, more or less, and the ones that are most accurate and at the lowest price point, we are integrating to the system. And the amount of sensors, once again, it depends, it varies with the size of the farm, but we have so many kinds of sensors. It's not only soil moisture sensor, it's pH, salinity, nutrient, the water flow, and so on, rain meter. So it depends from the farm to the farm.
Concepcion, still have 1 minute, yes.
Yeah, that 50% reduction in water usage is as compared to what? For example, in Spain, we're big at drip irrigation.
So it doesn't matter if it's drip irrigation, sprinkler, subsurface, or something like that. It's compared to manually automated irrigation. So what we do is that we automate it, but still manual automation is still very common, where people run around every day, turn on and turn off the irrigation. And unfortunately, people like to do this during the daytime when they are awake.
Yeah.
And we move it to very early morning when the evaporation is the lowest and is the most beneficial for the plants to actually receive the water.
So as compared to automatized drip irrigation systems, the reduction wouldn't be as big?
As I said, it doesn't matter if it's drip or not, but this is compared to, if you want to compare it with someone else who is automating it, I would say the cable-based systems.
Yeah, the ones you mentioned.
Catel. One second.
Yeah, one second. To what extent does that change farming practices? A lot of the fact that we're losing water through agriculture is due to farming practices, not capturing and storing water in the soil. To what extent can you compare your innovation to permaculture or other methods that will naturally preserve water?
So this could all be a combination of the different methods. This is a system that can be applied to every existing irrigation structure that is out there right now. So this is it's a deep technology, but the principles are very simple. So we're talking about drip irrigation. We love it. It's not that common in Sweden anymore, but it's coming. So the future of irrigation is a combination of the best technologies.
Okay, thank you
so
much.
Thank you so much,
Big
guys.
applause for Johan. Great work. Great work. And now let's go to meet Arpitha and Peter, REPURPOSE Global. They are here from Norway, and I welcome them to our stage. Hello.
Hi there. Can you guys hear us?
We are listening very well. Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning. In the 7 minutes we'll stand in front of you today, over 50,000 plastic bags will be flushed into our oceans across our globe. How can you take action on our plastic waste crisis today? To answer that question, my name is Peter Wong Yemdal. I'm one of the co-founders and chief advocacy officer at REPURPOSE Global. And today, we are the world's leading plastic action platform dedicated to helping people and companies measure, offset, and reduce their plastic footprints, all the while empowering grassroots innovators who are on the front lines of solving for our planet's future. My journey started when I flew to India from Norway as a 19-year-old university student to pursue my bachelor's thesis on plastic waste. On my first day in Mumbai, I visited Deonar East, Asia's second largest landfill. There was a moment where I got off the car and I realized that I was standing between mountains of plastic on the one side and on the other, the endless skyline of India's financial capital. My co-founders and I were shocked by this poignant reality and decided to dig deeper. What we found was even more shocking. The truth is, thousands of innovators worldwide already hold the key to solving ending plastic waste in nature once and for all, yet our society is simply not dedicating nearly enough capital to commercialize and scale them up across every corner of our planet. When I returned back to Europe, I realized that plastic waste had become the #1 environmental concern on consumers' minds across the continent, sending a clear signal to brands that they need to take action today. But unfortunately, solving single-use plastic is hard. And brands, small and large, find it slow, frustrating, and expensive. In other words, they need a place to start. And that's where we decided to bridge these two colossal pain points into one single ecosystem. And as a result, we created the world's first plastic credit platform. It's simple. For every 40 cents contributed to our platform, we guarantee to wipe out 1 kilogram of plastic waste from the environment that would have otherwise been bound for oceans, landfills, or incineration. And in doing so, we help companies and brands become certified plastic neutral, where their funding enables us to accelerate innovations across reduce, reuse, redesign, and recycling worldwide. Here's how it works. Let's take Christophe Robin as an example, one of France's leading hair care brands. We first calculated their plastic footprint. Let's say it's about 500,000 kilograms. Second, we help them set and meet targets to reduce their virgin plastic usage in the first place. This is a mandatory step for a brand to become plastic neutral with your purpose, because we know that there's no one magical solution to our plastic crisis, and we have to combine reductions and offsets at the same time. And then at about 40 cents per kilo, the brand pays us 200,000 euros every year, and we use that funding at one of our impact projects and get it recycled 500,000 kilograms of plastic waste on behalf of Christophe Robin. And finally, we certify the brand as plastic neutral, meaning that they have now measured, reduced, and offset their plastic footprint. And our reach has become immense. So far, we've gained over 180 businesses as customers worldwide, including Fortune 500 companies such as Credit Suisse, State Street, Corona, Colgate, and Google. And in doing so, we have booked over 2.5 million euros of sales in less than 18 months since launching into the market, with over 95% of that being recurring revenue on an evergreen basis, and over 60% of that revenue originating from companies in Europe. And none of this would have happened without our proprietary platform of plastic waste innovators stretching across 3 continents, where we evaluate innovators, design solutions, deploy financing, and verify social and environmental impact on a daily basis.
And the beauty of plastic credit as financing instrument is that our impact stretches across supply chains, geographies, and sectors. Through our platform, we're able to truly activate systemic change and accelerate the economy and all kinds of solutions, ranging from the recovery of low-value plastic to financing waste management infrastructure, and also early-stage startup innovations that reduce our plastic footprint altogether. 5 million kilograms of plastic waste have been eliminated every year through our program. That is almost 4,000 plastic bags every minute. We are pitching here today because we deeply believe that if we win the EIB SID prize, we are fortunate to be able to hire a sales team in Europe and develop and fund plastic waste credit projects in Europe.
And in doing so, we will unlock catalytic financing towards an EU-based circular economy innovator. Our vision at Repurpose Global is to pioneer the world's first all-in-one end-to-end corporate sustainability as a service ecosystem. In other words, a one-stop shop where brands of any size, anywhere can approach us for their sustainability needs across advisory, action, and advocacy. Thank you so much. Together, we can reduce waste, revive lives, and restore nature's balance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arpita and Peter. So let's hear from our jury. You now have 5 minutes for question and answer. So we would start. Justina, you want to start? Or okay, Olivier?
Thank you for your presentation, as plastic is a very big issue worldwide. You have today corporates in Europe, Africa, Southeast Asia, worldwide. You've got governments that already are very active in this. You have NGOs, you have for-profit companies. Could you precise how clearly you work with those organizations and what is your value-added issue? For example, you talk of France. There's already something existing in France. So what are you to bring to this country, companies or NGOs?
So to answer your question, we, on the one side of things, we look at really our impact in terms of helping companies and brands make a true difference and create a roadmap for them to take action. And that's extremely important and difficult challenge that many haven't solved yet. On the other side, I think we find that plastic credits is extremely important to integrate with the overall environmental finance frameworks that's been put forward by the European Commission, by the European Parliament. And we believe that there's a lot of synergies in actually using plastic credits to, as a quantitative framework to guide financing efforts towards innovations in the plastic and the broader circular economy space. And last but not least, for civil society organizations, and such as fellow innovators in this room who are innovating plastic solutions, we want to use, and we are already using plastic credit financing to unlock millions of euros of financing every year towards those organizations to scale them up and help them reach further heights.
Yeah. Thanks, and I think it's a great idea. Let me just piggyback a little bit on Olivier's questions here. We have, for instance, the Plastic Pact Network, hosted by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Let me just take one example very concretely. They bring together over 1,000 organizations with all the largest corporate polluters in terms of plastic and a critical mass of government. To what extent are you talking to these actors who have already created that movement to integrate collaborating with them as part of your scaling plan?
That's a great question. And we're already working with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We're part of the US Plastic Pact in itself, one of the plastic pacts, and the India Plastic Pact. We'll want to be part of all of the national plastic pacts in the European Union as well. We're also working with them to create standards and frameworks in this burgeoning environmental finance market. So we've worked with McKinsey.org, Conservation International, Nestle, Veolia, Danone, to create the world's first plastic reduction standard and a set of frameworks for how companies should act and use offsets and credits in terms of their larger roadmaps. So quite a lot of work and quite a lot of collaborations and coalitions as we are playing a leading role right now in advancing the plastic action ecosystem.
Justina?
I hope it works.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay, perfect.
Yes.
Yes, I had a question. So thank you very much for the presentation. I had a question about the offsetting. Because you're getting paid a certain amount per kilo, and then you use that money to, to do projects. How accountable, or in which way are you accountable to those that pay you? Impact reports, verification. Could you say something about that?
Right. Verification is the core of our platform because we are selling and we are really helping create verified, quantifiable impacts. So 3 things. Number 1, software. AI-based blockchain technology deployed on the ground to help verify impact. Hardware, so people and operations. We've got impact assessment and impact activators in all of our 11 projects across 3 continents, 8 different countries. And last but not least, standards and frameworks. We've got hundreds of pages at this point of codes of conducts on social, economic, and environmental impact that we adhere to in both the software and the hardware deployment.
Okay, we'll have 1 minute. Okay, Peter? Yes.
Can I extend one more question to this one of Justine? How much of the 40 cents per kilo is actually going into these cleanup operations? And what
Perfect. Yes, I think yes.
So what is then your business model? What is in it for you? What is your business model?
Sure. So plastic credit, creating plastic credit is a labor of love. So we're not just a PayPal or an Amazon that is taking money from somebody and giving money to somebody else, right? So we don't think of it, profit margins as, this is how much we're giving to them, this is how much we're taking. It's really about, the whole show of activating, financing, verify impact. And profit margin is something that we're already profitable, net cash flow positive on the 2 million euro, 2.5 million euros that we have earned to date in terms of annual basis. And our profit, so from a business model standpoint, we do take a certain percentage of the pie to grow our business, and that's more than essentially 50% of the revenue. So our gross margins is a little bit more than 50%, but all of that is also spent on HR and other things that create plastic credits and grow our movement.
Thank you so much, Arvid and Peter. So a big applause to them. They were amazing. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So sorry you couldn't be here with us, but they were live directly here to our site in Lisbon. And now we are meeting Orange Fiber, a project from Italy. Let's welcome Enrique and Alice.
Yes, thank you.
Enrique Arena, good morning.
Good morning,
Hola.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Okay. So I'm here to present you Orange Fiber. What if I tell you that this orange can be transformed into my scarf, or into this top, or into this spool of yarn? But let's take one step back. I come from Sicily, where a lot of oranges are produced but also are squeezed, and every time we squeeze one, half of the original weight is actually a byproduct that needs to be disposed. We transformed that into a unique sustainable fabric for fashion, thanks to our patented process. So we work with the squeezers, we get to a cellulose and an adapted pulp. We collaborate with Lenzing in Austria to create a tensile fiber. Then we spin it into yarn, we weave into fabric, and we sell it to fashion houses. What makes us unique is that we propose sustainable materials fully made in Europe to brands and fashion houses. We have an upside of an ingredient branding strategy that they can use to transmit the value to their final client, but we also have extended our patent in countries where we could license it in the future because the market for citrus byproducts and fashion is growing. This business model has already been validated with Salvatore Ferragamo in 2017 with more than 15,000 meters of fabric sold. This is one of the scarves that were actually made in that collaboration. We also work with H&M Group. In 2019, the products were sold out within 1 hour from the opening of the sales. We started the company in 2014, and it was a long way till today. And we just ended a new production plant in Sicily and announced the partnership with Lenzing, this Austrian company that has revenues for more than 2 billion euros and a production of more than 320,000 tons. So this really enables us to think big and scale in the future. If we will win the prize today, we will invest in improve further our process before scaling more, and in a process that is more water saving and more energy efficient. What we have done so far is that we have raised 1.2 billion euros to get to a production capacity of 15 tons a year. We already generated sales for 450,000 euros from one single client, and with 15 tons we can get to up to 15-20 clients a year. The next step will be to raise 5 million to actually raise the production capacity to 180 tons a year. But why is that important and relevant for impact? Maybe you have already heard that fashion is among the most polluting industry in the world. And that's because of transportation, production cost, the impact on raw material. How can we impact that? Do you know what you're wearing right now? What are the materials that you have every day in contact with your skin? Well, I can help you with that. Polyester makes up more than 50% of the fabrics out there. And apart from the fact that it's oil derivatives, so it's very dependent on the fluctuation of price, it's very intensive in the use of resource for its extraction, it's also releasing microplastics every time we wash a garment. Cotton is very heavy on the environment when it comes to water, irrigation, but also pesticide. And it makes up 20% of the total market. And the rest is natural fibers, cellulosic man-made fibers. We really want to change this and substitute part of this market with a totally circular material. With our product, fully made in Europe, we made the supply chain way shorter. We actually upcycle more than 3,000 tons of citrus byproducts. We reduce CO2 emission. We actually had a very strong awareness presence on the web, so we really help people understand and navigate the world of materials and make better informed choice every day. And of course, we avoid the release of microplastics because our products are biodegradable, so at the end of their life, if you cannot mend, upcycle, sell it again, then it can return to the environment. We made what we did because we are a very strong team. We are based in Sicily when it comes to production, but the team is everywhere in Italy, but we also collaborate with main university in Europe. Our experience range from communication, chemistry, project management, but also communication and product development. In 2019, we raised money from 350 crowd investors in Italy, so totally unknown people that decided to invest in our venture. So we actually really move people to believe that a better future is possible through sustainability and impact. And our vision is that fashion is a way to express who we are, but also that every time we buy, whatever we buy, we are actually investing in solution. If we invest in organic food, and we should also invest in sustainable materials, because this is the way we can make the world better. And just by using agricultural waste, we can provide 2.5 times the fiber that we need, even though we believe that the best clothes, the best garment is the one that you already own. But if not, let's buy something that is fully sustainable, biodegradable, and it's not depleting our planet resources. So I'm leaving you with a short video about our company that was released together with the collaboration with Lansing Group in Austria, and then I'm here for your Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrica. Congratulations. Now, our jury wants to start. So, Elena.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering about the value chain. Where do you collect the oranges from, and which are the benefits for the people you're collecting the oranges from?
Thank you for the question. So we collect the orange from the squeezers. So one of our main partners, actually where our plants are located, is a squeezer. So we don't move the waste around. But in case we use all of its production, we already have partnership with other suppliers in the same region that will provide us with the dried peels, so we can work throughout the year, not just in season. And the benefit for them is that they don't have to pay for disposal, basically. This used to be a special waste when we started the project, so there were companies that were shut down because they were incorrectly disposing the byproducts. Right now, we just offer a sustainable solution for them, which is also an additional income for the squeezers instead of having to basically pay for getting wasted.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, very interesting. I was wondering about the technical specifications of the fabrics that you produce.
Yep.
How do they differ, or do they not differ compared to the other or the existing products?
Thank you. So our products are cellulose man-made fibers, if you want to categorize them. So similar fiber you might be familiar with are viscose, acetate, tencel, modal, cupro. So the technology we are using right now is tencel, thanks to this partnership with Lansing. And this means that the fiber is done through ionic liquids. It's the most sustainable way to make the fiber. And at the end of the day, when it comes to the fabric, they can be used in the supply chain as any other fabric out there. And as we start from the thread, from the yard, we can really develop any possible material. These are just a few examples, but jacquard is possible as well. So we can really satisfy any need of the brands, but giving them added value on sustainability. So technically, there's nothing more, but also there's nothing less, which is often the issue with innovative material in that space.
Next. Felipe?
Thank you. Congratulations for your presentation and your project. I was wondering how easy it is to replicate your methodology. And by the way, the environmental impact of your project is obvious. But is there a social impact as well, a social justice perspective? How do you fight inequalities? You already mentioned one of the perspectives, but I was wondering, is there any other?
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of scalability and replicability, once that we really finalize the process, this is very easy to replicate also because of the partnership we have along the supply chain. For instance, Lansing, the company we partnered with, they have a plant in the United States where we have our patent. They have plant in Brazil as well. So once that we do the first part with the citrus, wherever the citrus is present, then we can really scale that up. So I don't see that as a limit. Actually, I see it as a big opportunity. And when it comes to social impact, I will say that the main impact we are having is that we are providing jobs and hope in Sicily, which is not a very, let's say, rich country compared to other areas of Italy. And the kind of training, the kind of opportunity we are providing to the people who join the team are really game changers for them. So a couple of them already left because they found better job. And we were very happy for them because when we got them in, they were unemployed and desperately looking for an opportunity. So for us, the main result is giving opportunity, but also, for instance, we go very often to schools at university, and when someone come up and say, oh, we had this idea, we're trying to replicate the project with some other waste material, we are so happy that people get inspired by what we're doing. So I would say this is the most direct and indirect social impact we're having.
So we only have 10 seconds. If you, Olivier, no, okay. Thank you so much.
Beautiful scarf.
Thank you so much.
It's very amazing. Leave the table. Ask for help, please. Thank you. And Enrique, you know the saying, if life gives you oranges, just dress them. So now we go to Germany, and we'll find the WHEELMAP project with Olga and Judita, which we will welcome right after this little change on our stage. Thank you so much. And now let's call Olga. Judita is not here. Yes, she is. Olga is here. Hello, Olga.
The coffee is very good here in Lisbon.
Absolutely.
Yes. But it was hard to find a coffee shop which is wheelchair accessible.
Does this happen often?
Yes, all the time. Just last week, I went to an art exhibition with a friend, and there was a step at the entrance. We were there, and I felt guilty that I had ruined the evening.
But it was not your fault. I mean, the art gallery should have made sure the event was accessible.
Yeah, but here we were standing in front of it. And it happens all the time. I have to do always constant research, finding an accessible apartment, parking my car. It's very time-consuming. Society needs to stop thinking about disabled people and just work on barrier or accessibility and fight the discrimination against us. 1 billion people in the world has a disability. That is 1 out of 7 people.
And to show you how we are going to fix the problem we just described and help all these people, we are here at the Social Innovation Tournament today.
I'm Judith Smakowski.
And I am Holger Dieterich. We are part of Sozialhelden, a non-profit organization with a focus on disability rights.
The United Nations say cities must be inclusive in order to be sustainable and in order to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. So only inclusive cities are sustainable cities. 97% of the people with disabilities were not born this way. They get it throughout their lives, through injuries or illnesses.
And in the course of one's life, everyone encounters barriers at some point. When you're a baby, your parents carry you. When you have a broken leg, you might use a wheelchair temporarily or crutches. And when you're old, you might need a walker. Barriers are everywhere. 10 years ago, we built wheelmap.org.
With WheelMap, you can find and mark wheelchair-accessible places everywhere in the world. It's a crowdsourcing platform, so everyone can contribute and find places which are wheelchair accessible, but also which are not.
And we also have information for people who are blind and deaf or have another disability. With 2 million marked places and more than 100,000 photos taken, it is the largest map of its kind worldwide. And it's online in 33 languages.
And it's free for everybody to use anywhere in the world.
One key to our success, mapping events. These are events where people meet in their hometowns together to map the accessibility of places together. It is a successful engagement method. Even during the pandemic, it worked really well online.
But crowdsourcing, it's not enough. We need more.
We are here to start the next phase, from a crowdsourcing project to sustainable social business.
We call it WheelMap Pro. WheelMap Pro is an extension of our successful app. And by involving companies, we have a customer. And they are paying fees, and this is the best part of it.
Why companies, you might ask? Meet Mareike. She works at Ambition, which is part of Daimler, the car manufacturer. As head of HR, she needs to run team-building events, educate her staff in diversity and inclusion, and also report to the corporate social responsibility strategy.
With WheelMap Pro, she can run worldwide events in team building, she can train her staff on diversity, inclusion, and empathy, and she can have measurable impact in this WheelMap Pro extension.
We ran a pilot test, and this was her feedback. WheelMap gave us the opportunity to not only reflect, but also to take further action. And the other pilot customers we had were also delighted. ImmoScout24, Salesforce, Algo Insurance, and Booking.com.
And the employees of the companies mapped 2 times as many places as the regular customers or the community we have. So we know WheelMap Pro will work. We just need to build it. Our ask for the money or the prize money winning it would be a catalyst moment for us. We would invest it in sales, content productions, and development.
We are ready to start coding and onboard the first customers this year. By next year, we'll have a fully polished product and all content in place. We will move away from pilot customers to subscriptions. And by 2023, we will have proven that this can scale. Companies then buy WheelMap Pro run the events, and get their reports. And how is this a business? We estimate that the yearly revenue per customer is 2,000 euros, and that we have 50 customers by 2023. This will mean 100,000 euros in revenue. But we're not only scaling the business, but also our impact from 100,000 marketplaces per year to more than 200,000 marketplaces.
So help us turn our community project into a sustainable social business. Let's build an accessible Europe together. Vote for WheelMap.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Olga, Judita. Thank you so much. Welcome to Lisbon. So let's hear from the jury. Who wants to start? Okay, Concepcion?
Yep. You must be aware that there are other solutions, right, to signal how people with disabilities can move around cities and so on. I was very impressed, and I must congratulate you on the density, right, and the network effect that you have achieved. So I wanted to know what makes your solution better than other already existing similar solutions.
I take this one. So we are based on OpenStreetMap, which is like Wikipedia, but for geodata. But also we are collaborating with more than 140 partners online. So we are aware of JACZ in France and VORTEX Map in the Czech Republic and Access Map in the United States. And we're working with all of them together. But not only them, but also commercial geo players like Here Maps or Foursquare. So it's not just what we told here that our community is doing, but we're well aware, and we need this information everywhere, also in the big maps apps you might have on your phones, and we're also talking to the manufacturers of those.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your energy. As this is the extension you're looking at developing is for corporates, why are you not seeking a corporate partnership to develop it with them directly, or corporate sponsorship even to scale in that space?
Well, we believe it's more sustainable that we find a customer who has a pressing need and a budget for this. So we talk to customers a lot, also to the big players, but this is not how we see the social business emerge. I think it's much more closer to the needs of HR in this case, and we have ideas on other customer segments, for example, cities, who desperately need to know more about the inaccessibility of their cities and plan, but due to time, we didn't go into this that much. More questions?
Philippe? Justina? Okay, thank you.
Keep struggling with this. But thank you very much for your presentation. I was thinking about the business model. How do you, because obviously you're moving from a social enterprise, trying to make something more profitable and sustainable in that way, and working with corporates. What are more or less your income streams? How do you want to make this a profitable business?
So as a non-profit organization, which we are, we already have income. We have donations from companies and private people like you. But also, for example, we give training on disability, on accessibility of websites and apps and all the stuff we've learned. And that way, we already bring education to these people, which is something you can sell also as a non-profit. But this is what we say. We want also another revenue stream where we have a more regular income.
Philippe?
Thank you. Congratulations. My question is very practical. How is the platform updated? Is only based on the citizens' collaboration with the photos? How do you make sure that as the space evolves, it is updated in the platform? And do you have some kind of report on the impact of your platform in changing real spaces all over the world?
So shall I get this? Okay. About the impact first, maybe. So it's hard to shift budgets from city planners and large companies to say, okay, let's build an elevator for 100,000 euros. This will take time. This is why this education, diversity, inclusion comes first. Because then they will hire people with disabilities, then they will see the structures, then they will build the Starbucks branches more accessible. This is the way we believe we're going. And your first part of the question, sorry? How is it updated? Yes. So for one, we have the community, and they are actually checking the vicinity. This is how it works. Imagine it like Wikipedia. If you find a mistake or something else happens, somebody will update this. But also we have these partnerships with the other data sources. For example, the city of Karlsruhe in Germany, they are connecting this to their data platform they are having. And ours, to be honest, is much more modern than what they have. But we are capable to speak to the GIS experts who know about the accessible parking lots or accessible toilets the city of Karlsruhe has built. And this is also a two-way sync process amongst all these players.
And also the photos is a crucial part of this, because I'm a wheelchair user and there are different ones. Every one is unique, as you are walking persons. And the possibility to take pictures of an entrance of a restaurant is crucial for me to really decide if I can enter it without help or not.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Congratulations. A big applause to Olga and Judita. Bye-bye. Thank you. So this was project number 5. And of course, our dear Carolina keeps drawing amazing stories regarding our pitches. And now for pitch number 6, we go back to Italy, and we're going to meet ANGIODROID with Lorenzo and Beatrice.
Buon dia.
Benvenuto, buon dia.
Hi everybody, I'm Lorenzo, and I missed the presenter.
Oh, you go back and you pick it up? Okay, thank you.
I would like to start my pitch with 3 important questions. What can change in your life if Simba has not Mufasa? Or if Rapunzel has not a long, long hair? For sure, it will be a very sad Disney world. But let's move to another real-world question. What can change in your life if you have no possibility to drink except 1 glass of water per day? Can you imagine that? All day, even in the summer, with 1 single glass of water in 24 hours. Well, you probably know that our ability to drink depends on our kidneys. Good kidneys means that we can drink whatever we want, water, beer, wine, whatever. But if we have problem to kidneys, we have to reduce our capability to drink. And in the real world, there is a big problem about kidney health. If we have pain in a leg, in a foot, difficult to walk, and so on, we go to a doctor, and then the doctor makes us a checkup. It's called angiography. And to see our vessels, doctors use iodine. But iodine, it is a poison to our kidneys. So we literally drink a poison. So if we do not the checkup, it's risky because of our pain. But if we do the checkup, it's risky because of the iodine. Today, iodine is the biggest cause of renal failure in the world for patients. And people with renal failure go to dialysis, and then life depends on a machine because they lose the ability to drink. It's not easy, because many other problems. Today, 4 million people have 0 quality of life because of iodine, like Mark, like Joanne, like Philip, and also like Jack. This could be the story of each one of us. But let's move to another question. What if we can save your kidneys? So the good news is that there is a best friend contrast agent for kidneys. Carbon dioxide is natural and makes good images like this one. It's also hard to manage because it's a gas, compressible, invisible. But we're working on that, and here we go. We developed the first automatic injector for the use of CO2 in angiography. It's simple, digital, and safe. With ANGIODROID technology, the carbon dioxide becomes the standard of care in angiography, and doctors can use it without any kidney damage to the patients. CO2 comes directly from the injector to our vessels, and with the X-ray system, we can obtain all the images we want without any kidney problems. That's it, the ANGIODROID magic. We are the first on the market. We are partnered with big companies, and Medical Society in Europe recommended our technology. We have obtained the CE mark and more than 30 other international certifications, and we also found a scientific academy of automated CO2 angiography. And more than 35 papers have been published with evidence on savings of hospitalizations, kidney problems, and costs for the entire healthcare system. Today, we are present from Sydney to Buenos Aires in 52 countries, and we carry on our technology with so much care. We are reaching 550 hospitals, mostly in Europe, demonstrating the social value of our technology. And we are saving more than 60,000 patients, ensuring them a kidney-friendly solution. How to do that? We have a classic B2B business model, so we sell both capital equipment and disposable products to our distributors, so we also have recurrent revenues on business. But we spend most of the time make medical teams fall in love with ANGIODROID. Our target is to reach every operating room in 10 years and to reach every people that every year has to perform an angiography. So what if we can actually reach those people? We are scaling our impact in two ways. First in Europe, second opening new region. With the Go Direct sales business model, we reach directly doctors and make the magic. It's more efficient, convenient, and the number of patients that we can reach is dramatically bigger. We want to expand this model throughout Europe, and in order to do that, we need to expand our team to reach an impact growth rate of 60% per year. In the meantime, we are approaching the two largest countries in the world. This year, we will close the certification process in the US, and next year, we will start our journey also in China. So, on one hand, we will be extremely good in Europe, and on the other hand, we will start an action to reach millions of people every year. We have a self-sustainable business model, as the company is profitable since 2017, so we can fund our activities on our revenues. We are here today to scale up our impact. We are looking for grants and a new round of investment, and with the IB prize, we will be able to reach 90,000 more patients only in Europe in 2022. And believe me, we do our best to make this dream come true. And like everyone here, we have the best thing possible in terms of experience and so on. But in the end, we know that ANGIODROID is a family who truly know that we can make the difference. So join our project and thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Now we have time, 5 minutes for the jury questions. And Elena, you want to start? Okay, and then Catel.
Thank you, grazie. Just the one, you share the good achievements and of course the impact. So what are really the challenges you're facing in scaling up?
Sure. We are making people fall in love with ANGIODROID. So we are shifting the paradigm of the culture from iodine to carbon dioxide. So the big challenge is changing the culture of the medical teams. It is so easy once that we arrive in the hospital. It depends only on how many people we are, and the more we are, the faster we are, and the impact we create. So this basically is the biggest challenge.
Catel, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Thanks, Lorenzo. Great pitch. I can see why they made you the marketing manager. So you have a well-advanced venture, also in terms of the funding, both what's already in and the plan also well-advanced. So why do you need this prize?
Yeah, sure. I have a backup slide on that, just to have a quote here. Definitely, we need, we will need this prize for 3 reasons. First, because we solve a real-world problem, and the faster we are, the more effective we are, the more people we reach. Today, 100,000 patients in Europe, only Europe, are going to an angiography just today. And second, with this prize, we will be able to build a structure for the new investment, because we will hire new people and we will reach more patients. And so we will definitely have, let's say, more impactful investment for our future. And last but not least, because we have demonstrated that ANGIODROID has a winner business model, social business model. So we also are profitable, and in this way we can go all over the world, reaching actually all the people that today suffer from little kidney problems to dialysis.
Yes, Justina, please.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. Have you thought, I saw a slide with partners that you're working with. Have you thought of licensing the technology to reach even more people much faster, using the likes of Philips, for example, that are already in production everywhere in the world, so you don't have to do that
actually,
yourself?
we are in the catalog of Philips, Siemens, and so on, and we have a patent technology, so we are actually also thinking about licensing. But the fact that today our technology is so unique that for our business it's better to reach the more partnership, because we are not against other companies, but we can reach every company in the world that works with us. For example, we are good partnership with Medtronic, with Elkid, and so on. So the licensing, of course, it can happen. It will happen maybe in the future. And today, we are scaling up in order to, let's say, have a new structure of the company, because today we are 22 people working in the company.
One last question. Yes, Olivier?
In the map, it seems that you're not present in Africa. Are you going to go in Africa? And second, are you going to adapt the price of your product to hospitals or people that cannot pay your technology? Yeah, sure.
So we are actually in Africa, in the northern Africa and in South Africa. So yeah, we are approaching also African. And for the second, I will just describe how it is the most common business proposal. It is called all-you-can-treat, like the all-you-can-eat in the Chinese restaurants and so on. So hospital pay for a fee, a fixed fee, and for that fee, he has all the disposables that he wants. So the more they use CO2, they pay always the same. So in this way, a hospital can use every day the CO2. And this is the, let's say, the winner strategy that we are bringing every day to make medical teams changing the mind.
Arrivederci. Thank you so much, Lorenzo. Well, and yes, you need water. Now I feel like I need water, right? Let's check the drawing from Carolina. Nice kidney, happy kidney, right? So let's move now to our neighbor Spain and meet the VORTEX Bladeless with Rodrigo. Let's welcome Rodrigo. Hola, Rodrigo, ¿qué tal?
Hello, hola.
I want you to watch this video. Tacoma Narrow Bridge, 1940, the third largest bridge in the world of its kind at that moment. This structure, as you can imagine, was not designed to collect energy from the wind, but it did, and it finally collapsed. And it was due to a well-known physical phenomenon named resonance. The resonance is a great way to transmit energy from a fluid to a structure, and it's mostly considered a problem. But we believe that it's also an opportunity to develop a new wind machine to transform the wind into electricity. Although the idea started with this horizontal bridge, to be able to harvest the strongest velocities of the wind is better to be svelte, like this flower, vertical, and go away from the ground. Something more or less like this, a vertical structure that oscillates in the perpendicular direction of the wind, and it has not, like the bridge, any gear, any bearing, any shaft, like the bridge, and also like a photovoltaic panel. As probably you know, horizontal axis three-blades wind turbines is a wonderful technology with a great performance. We admire a lot this technology. But the problem is that, for example, in distributed energy, if you speak about urban or residential areas, this success is not the same. And we want to cover this gap in the market with a new technology with different characteristics than conventional ones. Because probably we are speaking about the simplest machine in the world able to harvest energy from the wind. It's only a vertical tube supported by a rod, and in the middle is the alternator that transforms the movement into electricity. And here you can see some of the most remarkable characteristics of this technology. It's a close to zero maintenance technology. It has a long lifespan, and it has a very low visual impact. And also, it's a silent machine. That is very important. But our main goal, the main characteristic, is to be able to reduce the cost of the energy. The simplicity of this machine allows us to eliminate some of the most expensive elements of a conventional wind turbine. The gearbox, the brakes, the pitch systems, all those elements that affect a lot in the cost of the electricity. Our goal is to reduce around 40% the cost of the energy if we compare with a conventional wind turbine. So, our solution has a huge social impact due to the electricity cost reduction, and it's environmentally friendly, and also it provides a clean energy access for all, because the energy is everywhere, and the market is huge. The wind resource is probably one of the biggest in the world. It's expected to double from now on till 2030. Therefore, there are thousands and thousands of persons and companies, potential clients and distributors asking us for our devices. What we are doing now is manufacturing 100 devices, like a beta tester campaign. It's a small machine, and we are learning a lot with this experience about materials, assembly strategies. It's our minimum viable product, and we name it VORTEX Nano. From this small VORTEX Nano, and with 5 families of patents that cover the whole technology, we want to scale up the technology. And with this price, we can improve a lot this development. The next step should be VORTEX Tacoma. And next step should be VORTEX Atlantis, almost 9-meter height. And in parallel, we are developing VORTEX Goliath, a machine of 140-meter height with a nominal power of around 1 megawatt. You can put this machine on the onshore environment, on the land. But the lack of steel mechanisms, the lack of shafts or gears that can be degraded by the humidity and the salt, can transform this technology in a very good option to work in the offshore environment, on the ocean. VORTEX Bladeless is a Spanish-based company composed by 6 professionals, engineers. All we are proud to invest our efforts developing this technology. And day by day, we receive and we enjoy the support from different entities and companies. Thank you very much for your attention. My name is David Yáñez. I'm co-founder of VORTEX BLADELESS and inventor of this technology. Join us, support us to transform the horizon of the world in something more clean and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Perdóname porque te he llamado Rodrigo, pero eres David, claramente. Gracias.
Sí, somos un equipo.
Discúlpame.
Thank you.
So, our jury, Concepción, estás en casa, entonces.
Yes, I have two questions for you. The first one is you say that the price of electricity goes down. How much is that lower, for example, that present offshore wind generated electricity, which I think is the most price competitive right now of the technologies? That's question number one. And question number two, a big problem with wind turbines, present wind turbines, is that it affects bird migration, right? So from a biodiversity perspective, they are very problematic. How does your solution affect or not affect biodiversity?
Thank you. Both are very important questions. The first one about the cost of the technology, probably our main strength is the maintenance cost. We eliminate any kind of mechanism, and we don't need, for example, lubricants. Okay? If we speak about distributed energy, small devices, nobody wants to climb to the roof to put oil or to change anything. It was a huge barrier for the wind turbines in conventional, in the roofs. And for example, in the ocean, the maintenance suppose more than 40% of the final levelized cost of electricity. And if we can eliminate these maintenance activities, also because the machines stop during this time. Okay? And if we face the production of the electricity in the ocean in a different way, maybe we can improve the solution. About the birds, for example, the environmental impact, we are working from the beginning, and we enjoy the support, for example, from BirdLife. That's a wonderful group of people that love birds. And what we are studying together is this impact, because the velocity of our mast in the tip part is far lower than a conventional wind turbines. These conventional wind turbines achieve 200, 300 kilometers per hour, and we are around 40 kilometers per hour. And we think that, yes, we can even take advantage of these places where the conventional wind turbines are already, they are not taking advantage of it. Thank you.
Philippe?
Hello. If you win this prize, what are you going to invest in? It was not clear in your application. Thank you.
Yes. Our next step will be to scale up this small toy, VORTEX Nano, okay, to VORTEX Tacoma, 2.5 meter height, and it's very, very similar in applications point of view and power to a photovoltaic panel. And what we want to do with this prize is to manufacture our first pre-serie, the molds, all this stuff to start to manufacture these first devices, okay, VORTEX Tacoma. And with, when we have when we finish this first pre-serie finish, we will try to introduce in the company an industrial partner to automatize the production, because probably the automatize is one of the biggest problems that the smallest wind turbine has faced. Our shape, our form, probably can allow us to automatize in a better way the manufacturing of these devices.
Olivier?
Yes, you have today very large projects with very big companies with classical, I would say, wind power blades. How do you intend to compete with them and to sell your technology? What are the rationale which means that a very big, I would say, industrial is going to buy your product?
Yes. We have two clear different markets, the distributed energy, small machines, and large machines. In the first one, probably this market is not living in the best moment. And we think that it's probably because there not exist the perfect tool to take advantage of the wind that go through our roofs. Okay? And if we speak about the second one, large machines, probably we can say that probably our product is not VORTEX Goliath, what it is, but also is the patents, the technology. Okay? We have to join to the project people out of the company. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. Okay? Another time there are a lot of knowledge how to scale up and to do these huge machines. Okay? And we want this, to introduce this knowledge in the company and to try to grow up with this solution.
Okay. Muchas gracias. Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
A big applause for David. Goodbye. And now we're reaching the first half, so the last project for this morning, the pitch will be from Denmark, Beyond Leather Materials. But before, just take a look at the drawing, the story from Carolina regarding VORTEX Bladeless. So now let's welcome Mikael. He is from Denmark and will tell us a little bit more about Beyond Leather Materials. Hola.
What do you think this here is? I believe this very good looking stuff here will transform a whole industry. My name is Mikael, and it's now 4 years ago that I quit my job in finance and insurance to do something meaningful in my life. And that was when I met Hannah. Hannah was experimenting with apple pulp. It's what you can see here, which is all the leftover of juice and cider production to create a new material. And for most people, this waste seems just useless. But for us, it was an untapped resource. And that's why we founded Beyond Leather Materials, to use this waste to solve the leather problem. There is a leather problem? Oh yeah. By 2030, 9 out of 10 leather goods sold worldwide will be animal-free, not only due to the animal cruelty, but to the devastating side effects of the tanning process. Actually, do you know what the real cost of most leather is? It requires 250 different chemicals. Some of them lead to cancer, 16,500 liters of water, and 110 kilograms of CO2 are emitted just to create 1 square meter of leather, which is just enough for a handbag. So if we don't want to use animal leather anymore, what do we use then? Common alternative so far is synthetic leather, which mostly is just plastic. And that cannot be something that we really want. If we want to move towards a greener future, we have to find new sustainable raw materials. And this is where the pulp comes in. Because we have developed a process to give this waste a new meaning by transforming it into a beautiful leather alternative. We call it LEAP, the combination of leftover apples. LEAP is similar to animal leather in performance, look, and feel, while being animal-free. LEAP naturally saves time, energy, and resources, as apple waste does not need to be tanned. And we require only 5 kilograms of this waste to create a square meter of LEAP. And there are, in fact, more than 3 million tons of this waste generated every year worldwide. And thanks to its 85% bio-based composition, LEAP is already today one of the most sustainable materials out there. And we are building a strong ingredient brand that is based on transparency and quality. So we empower our customers to become sustainable brands that the consumer can trust, which is especially needed in the days of greenwashing. So we are creating a B2C brand with a B2B supplier business model, a business model that we like to call trash to cash. Thanks to our production process, we can produce LEAP on continuous rolls and sell it by the meter to fashion brands for a premium, who then make final products like my wallet here. And LEAP is only available via our own e-commerce platform, allowing us to control the narrative and keep the margins in-house. And when we scale, we can offer different price levels and enter new industries. Wherever leather is used today, LEAP will be the alternative. And with LEAP, we're entering the next-gen materials market, which today is quite small, with 97 million euros. But this market is expected to grow in the next 5 years to 1.9 billion euros. And the actual total addressable market for LEAP is the global leather supplier market, which is worth 60 billion euros. This is the market we're after. And yes, there are other young companies in this field, but what sets us apart is our ingredient branding, our patented production process, allowing us to produce LEAP on continuous rolls, which is something most of our competitors can't do today. And unlike hybrid materials, LEAP can be disassembled at its end of life and partly be reused thanks to its 3-layer design. So let's talk numbers. Last year, we closed our seed round, which gave us the opportunity to focus on product development and growing the organization. As a result, 2 weeks ago, we started to sell LEAP samples to fashion brands and generated a revenue of 20,000 euros. We used those sales, those sample sales, to create strong strategic partnerships for the future, gaining high volume orders before we even scaled production. Based on this, we can predict revenue in 2026 of 37 million euros. And now we come to my favorite part of Beyond Leather, our highly motivated, highly skilled, and diverse team. We are 8 people today, 6 different nations, 3 continents, which, to be honest, can be a challenge. But if you can make it work, with everyone heading towards a clear and meaningful goal, sky is the limit. Diversity is key to make major change happen. And today, we're producing LEAP on a lab scale, and next year, we're going to set up our first production line with a max capacity of 100,000 square meters in Denmark. By that time, we will be 17 people working towards making waste beautiful. And in 2024, LEAP will be completely natural. And already with our first production line, we can save all those chemicals. We can save so much water, I don't even know how to pronounce that number, and we save so much CO2 that 2,000 cars would emit per year. So as you can hear, we have big plans and want to move fast. We would use the SIT prize money to perform a full life cycle assessment, creating full transparency to our customers and the consumer. With this analysis, LEAP will be confirmed as the go-to material for sustainable brands, allowing us to grow faster and upcycle 150 tons of apple waste more per year. So let's make waste beautiful together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so, last 5 minutes, who wants to speak? Philippe?
Thank you. I have 2 questions for you. Congratulations. What's your market positioning? Basically, it's just a biomaterial with a premium price, or it will be price competitive and quality oriented driven? And the second question is, what are the other 36% of the product made of other than apple waste?
Yeah, good questions. So first, we are segmented today in the premium segment due to our scale today. So we're entering in a higher price level. But as soon as we scale, economies of scale kick in and we can reduce costs and offer different price levels. We don't believe that sustainability should only belong to the rich. It should be for everyone. So we really want to go into the lower market segment as soon as we can. And the second question, so maybe I said it wrong, it's 85% bio-based today. It's mostly apple waste. We mix it with natural rubber. I also have a slide here that explains a little bit more about the technology. So you can see it's a 3-layer design. We have a textile backing, which today is a tree fiber. We have our apple mix, which I said is apple and natural rubber. And we have a top coating, which today gives us the water resistance. And this is the only part where we have some fossil fuels involved today. That's why only 85%, very high still. But we're working hard on getting it completely natural. That's our ambition.
Next, please. Yes, Katel.
Hi, thank you very much. Beautiful wallet. I mean, there is a lot of, as you mentioned before, there is a lot of players right now in that, including in the plant-based next-gen leather space. And some of this development is also undertaken by a very large group, like Caring. So what's your positioning vis-à-vis these huge competitors?
Yeah. So as you said, there's a lot of young players coming now, which I think is great because the market is growing for that. You also have players like who are not on the market yet, there for some years. But anyway, so what differentiates us that we use a waste product. So there's, for example, great technology, mushroom leather, but also those, what many don't know, need to be tanned still. So it's not completely natural at the end of the day, but also differentiates from the Caring, what you just mentioned, that we have a higher bio-based content, and that we aim to getting completely natural, which with the tanning process is pretty unlikely that you get there with mushroom leather, for example.
Peter.
Thank you for the explanations. I'm wondering how you are going to get into the market. You are explaining, I think, if I understand correct, that it is mainly based on the brand. And how do you build a brand as a small company?
True. It takes a while to build a strong brand. So we start early, and I think when you show the values that you have, that we have, it's very important to us, getting more and more important to everyone. So we really go into this field and be working with very big brands who are strategic partners to get into the market. So it's also due to our price level, we have to start more on the premium and then go down. So this is how we enter the market.
Would you work with big brands, and why would they allow you to label their products with your brand?
Okay, yeah. So actually it adds a lot of value to them, because if we can confirm with our life cycle assessment that we are way more sustainable, it adds a lot of value to their product. They can actually, studies show, charge up to 25% more for their products if it's a sustainable product.
Okay, we have time for one more question, if we need. Yes, okay, Olivier.
Yes, I have a question. You said that you'll have a plant in Denmark. Where are going to be your plant? Close to the apple farm, I suppose. And how do you protect your technology, or the way you're going to develop that? Because I suppose that the biggest are going to follow what you do. And if they really believe it's a good technology, there probably be other ways to get to what you are.
True. So today we are producing in Denmark on a small scale. The first product line will also be in Denmark. The reason for that is that we want to learn, we want to produce ourselves, we want to optimize the production, and then in ideal world, copy and paste wherever the apple is today, and scale like that. So that's the idea there, and our product is patented, our process is patented, so that we take all the safety nets that you can do, and also we have to grow fast, so it's important to scale fast and build the brand so we are protected.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Amazing projects, the first 8 projects. So we've run, this is the interpretation of our Carolina, Beyond Leather Material. And as I was saying, we already had 8 of them. So we had UVERA, we had IRRIOT, we listened to REPURPOSE Global, and then Orange Fiber. Then we met from Germany WHEELMAP, then number 6 ANGIODROID, and VORTEX, BLADELESS, and at last but not least in this morning, Beyond Leather Materials. So we now are missing the others. So after our lunch break, we'll meet all the other projects, and I'll just say it in this selection, ADVITOS and CELLUGY, Inclusive Education, MAGRID, NUVENTURA, and then the newsroom from Portugal and Wasser 3.0. So we'll have 1 hour lunch break, okay? Don't forget to share everything that is happening here in your social media, and also don't forget to glue your word, your dream, your hope at our tomorrow's collaborative structure, okay? So we'll meet you back here in 1 hour. Thank you so much, and enjoy a little bit of our sun as well. Thank you. Did you have an excellent lunch break? Did you like the sun? You can tell the truth. You don't want to leave Portugal, right? We'll welcome you forever. Welcome back to the second part. This block we'll listen to the projects, the pitch of the remaining projects, so from 9 to 15. And don't forget, after this part, you can start voting on the public choice at our site, and you can also glue your little piece at tomorrow, today structure. Don't forget to do that. During lunch, I've been there, and it's almost full, so don't forget your hope, your dream, your wish for our structure, our collaborative structure. So, let's go to Luxembourg, not only because Caroline is still there, and she will start drawing. She will start drawing in a few minutes. The next pitch, which is from Luxembourg, in fact, and it's called MAGRID. Let's welcome Tahere and Elizabeth, please.
سلام به همگی. خیلی خوشحالم که امروز اینجا هستم. Did you understand what I just said? Probably not, unless you speak Persian. Now imagine if I had my entire pitch in Persian. How would you feel about it? Confused? Lost? Well, that's actually what millions of children are experiencing every single day. I'm Taher, founder of MAGRID, and I'm here today together with my colleague Elizabeth to tell you the story of MAGRID. I started growing up seeing my little brother struggling at school. He has dyslexia. He could barely read until he was 10 years old. And his difficulty at school was not only limited to the courses that are related to languages. And he's not the only one. My desire to help more children like my brother was the starting point of our journey. In schools, the way of conveying ideas is through written and spoken words. And that's exactly what thousands of children are having difficulty with, the words. This means that the current teaching method leaves a significant number of children behind. Second language learners, non-native speakers, hearing difficulties, language disorders, autistic children, and many more. These group of children are at risk. The risk of obtaining a poor cognitive and math foundation and lagging behind their peers. And this can have a lasting impact through their entire life. After 5 years of research in early childhood development, I'm proud to say that we succeeded in removing the language barrier in early math education. We removed all verbal instruction and replaced it with visual materials. This then was made possible that the application can be used by all children, including the typically unserved population of non-native speaker, hearing difficulties, language disorders, autistic children, and the others. After developing MAGRID, we started testing it on different groups of students in Luxembourg, Germany, and France. And the results were significant. Over 70% of non-native speakers, they were performing at the same level of native speakers after using MAGRID. And that's not the only thing. But these children, they were involved and engaged in the learning process. They gained back their lost confidence. And even the teachers, they could finally overcome this challenge of teaching these children.
And we are very proud to say that the Luxembourg Ministry of Education also recognized this potential of MAGRID. In March 2021, MAGRID was implemented in all public schools in Luxembourg. But the possible usage of MAGRID is not limited to only one country. As it is a completely language-free program, it is easily scalable to the global market. We could, for example, introduce MAGRID on the same day in China and Brazil, without having to make any modifications to our product. Based on our testing, MAGRID has a broad applicability amongst 3 to 9-year-old children. We also conducted parent, teacher, and school surveys and have decided to focus on the special educational needs sector. Our product is already being used in schools, and we are getting ready also to enter the private market in the coming months. So we will make MAGRID available based on tiered annual subscription plans. The app can be downloaded on the App Store and on Google Play Store, and the physical material will be available for sale online. So due to this direct demand that we also got from parents, we decided to develop a new version of MAGRID that can be used outside of a classroom setting, at home, by parents. And this new version will be released at the end of 2021. Next to this, we also have decided to enter Germany, Switzerland, and Belgium in the next phase in 2022. All of this is not going to be possible without having a financial strategy. And actually, until the end of 2022, we expect the majority of our funds to come from grants and other sources like the SIT. This is because we invest virtually all the money we get back into schools to pilot MAGRID. So the goal is to first build brand awareness and recognition before then pivoting to a self-sustaining model. We believe that MAGRID will be able to financially sustain itself after this period due to its unique competitive advantage. There are over 80,000 educational apps on the market worldwide. However, most of them don't focus on special educational needs, and they are designed with gamification in mind. MAGRID is different. It is designed to be embedded in a curriculum where the teacher is in control, and its focus is on special educational needs. Of course, all this wouldn't be possible without having a dedicated team, and the members of MAGRID are located all across the world, and we have specialists in childhood development, business, and computer science. And if we are fortunate enough to win the prize today, we would use these funds to complement the current skill set of our employees in the marketing and sales area.
You want to know what happened to my brother? He recently graduated from university, and he's an engineer today. And that's what we want to do with MAGRID, providing each child the opportunity to learn. And together with you, we can help them living their dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. So, the jury. Okay, Elena?
Thank you for your presentation and the work you do. Can you please elaborate a bit on your commercial strategy to tackle the private education market and the home market?
Right. As Elizabeth mentioned, so in the same day we can introduce the program in any part of the world without any modifications. So this means that we could easily scale up together with the help of distributors, publishers, and partnership. And that's actually what we are working now today on a partnership together with an assessment platform that they are already present in 500 schools in Belgium, Germany, and UK so in one day we can get to the other schools and be present there. And also apart from that, we are also having the direct sales strategy, but of course that would be like slower, but this way we can reach out to them and like present the product and selling at the end.
Thank you. Concepcion?
Well, congratulations on a great presentation. You might be oversimplifying a little bit the scalability of the product by just talking about the product itself, right? I reckon it's a great potential that is language agnostic, but there's a lot of red tape of getting into schools. So I'd like to know, when you go to a different country with a different schooling system, with public schools having their own bureaucracy, private schools having a different bureaucracy, how do you plan to actually get to the schools without that meaning that only the rich kids in the private schools have access to your tool?
Yeah, that's a great question. So actually, like as presented in the slide, we are in the first place going to like get to the private sector. So this way, it's like easier than going to the government stuff. And then the strategy is like going from both up, so both top down and bottom up. So first, we are like getting introduced to these schools with increasing the number of users. And like what happened in Luxembourg was that the ministry coming to us, asking for this solution, as they saw that the request from the teachers, the impact that it was created, and the result of the students' performance at school. So this is also very different country to country. So actually, I'm happy to say that from US, now we have also requests. Now we have 5 schools of special education need in US that they are now trying our program. This clearly shows the scale, but there, like the school districts, they are somehow providing this opportunity. And in countries like that, it would even somehow make it easier, as like one school district is responsible for like, could be between 100 to 500 different schools. And once the pilot phase is over, then we can also get into these schools and students really using the program.
Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, I had a question that is similar but slightly different. You mentioned that the methodology is tying into the existing education, the way of education and the methodology the schools use, but that is also different country to country, and even within a country there are many different, at least in the Netherlands there are many, but let's say 5, 6 or 7 different ways of teaching maths. So how can you tie into every different system, and isn't it that you do need to tailor?
Sure, this is not like changing the teaching method, it's a complementary training program that can be used beside the old style of schooling. So it's like teacher doing the teaching as old style and then using MAGRID as it can be embedded into the school system, using extra exercises, and then this way they can also see if, for example, the child is not doing it, if it was because of the language that they couldn't see the problem, like understanding the question, or it was really that they don't know how to solve it. And so this gives both the teacher the understanding of the level of student and at the same time helping to get trained, and then with the feedback that they are receiving to have the self-learning opportunity.
So, Olivier, the last 30 seconds.
To complement the question, I suppose that teachers have ideas to move, to change the program, to change it, etc. How do you manage this expectation of the teachers if it's going to be worldwide?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. So in that way, COVID somehow helped us a little bit, made the work easier for us. So I believe that today is the right time to get into the market. Not very specifically in Europe, but in US, for example, already all the schools, public and private, they are developed with the technology at school. Every single kid, they have the right to have the access to technology. And, but here, like what we experienced today was that getting to the teacher, like getting to the decision maker to use the program, going for the pilot program, it was the only difficult part of the work, let's say only. And then afterward, once they go to the trial, then 100% of the time they wanted to have it. So it's like this phase that it's the difficult part, but then we're hoping to be able to solve that also with the help of.
Okay, thank you so much. Big applause for you, both of you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, good luck. So this is what Carolina drew back in Luxembourg for their colleagues of Luxembourg. And now we'll go to Germany and meet the project that it's called ADVITOS, and Katerina will be pitching for us. And also Martina. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Hello.
Hi, everyone. I have actually one question for you. How many of you still remember the launch of the first iPhone in 2007? Hands up. Wasn't it magical? Because The iPhone was the first phone which integrated all these different devices we used separately into one device. And that's what we're going to talk to you about today, because we have the first 4-in-1 organ support for patients on the intensive care unit. I'm Katharine, this is Martina, and we are advocates of ADVITOS. Here, you see a patient on the intensive care unit with multi-organ failure. So his liver, his kidney, his lungs, his heart, they are all failing. And you see also all the devices surrounding him necessary to try to save his life. Can you imagine how much workload the nurses have by preparing, connecting, and monitoring all these different devices separately? Can you imagine the sounds of the alarms of all these devices? And I don't want to imagine when this patient goes into cardiac arrest. And how can we access this patient to save his life? We have solved these problems by integrating kidney, liver, and lung support, as well as blood pH correction into one single device based on one single technology patented worldwide. Here you see the ADVITOS device, and you also see how much space there is around the patient. And you can imagine how easy it is to prepare and to monitor the device and monitor what's going on. But what's the social impact? Multi-organ failure is actually the main cause of death on the intensive care unit. So 60%, 6 out of 10 patients dying on the intensive care unit die due to multi-organ failure. This is 500,000 deaths per year in Western Europe and the US alone. This is the city area of Lisbon. We could show in clinical studies that our ADVITOS therapy actually doubles the survival rate. So the patients treated were severely ill with just a 20% chance of survival if treated with standard care. Our ADVITOS therapy increased this rate up to 50%. So instead of 2, 5 out of 10 patients survived. Here you see actually a picture from the first clinical trial. You see myself and our company founder Bernhard in 2010. Bernhard is an acute care kidney specialist, and he developed ADVITOS based on his 20 years experience of treating patients. I complement Bernhard with my engineering and my business background. So together, we have not only developed this device from idea to market approval, but also a startup to a now fully certified medtech company with 60 employees. Here you see the management team, which is a good mix of highly experienced medtech managers and young high achievers like Martina. She joined us in 2013.
Back then, I started by implementing the successful market introduction of ADVITOS in our first and home market, Germany. And now I focus on the international business development. So we've heard that ADVITOS is a real breakthrough therapy. But how do we make this a sustainable business? Let's have a look on the business model. So hospitals struggle under huge budgetary constraints. To overcome this, we employ a pay-per-use revenue model. And this package included is the device usage, a treatment set needed for each patient and for each session, and 24/7 customer support. Hospitals, on one side, have their costs covered by their health insurance funds. And we, on the other side, have our costs covered when a hospital uses our device 30 times a year. That makes it a profitable customer for us. And on average, our customers now perform 55 treatments per year. We have validated this business model in our home market, Germany, where our direct sales teams have acquired 20 high-profile hospitals all across the country. With this customer base, we have generated 2.3 million euros in revenues in 2020. And with an installed base of 44 devices, they have performed more than 5,000 individual treatments so far. Our products hold a CE mark, which means that they're market approved in the European Union. And that brings us to the following slide, where you can see our solid ambitions and plans for international market expansion. This year, we will be implementing the therapy in Austria and Switzerland. And then, starting from 2020, we will continue with the market launch in countries like Italy, France, and Belgium. On the right-hand side are our financial projections. With revenues of 28 million euros, we will reach break-even in 2024. So 28 million euros in revenues. This is when we're only talking about several key European countries. And this will be only scratching the surface of the overall market potential of 3.1 billion euros when we consider the entire United States of America and the rest of the European Union. So the SIT price will help us in two ways. With the prize money, we will be able to increase the clinical evidence of ADVITOS in a COVID-19 population. And with the mentoring voucher from EY, we will be able to optimize our in-depth country analysis for the international scale-up. So, ladies and gentlemen, ADVITOS is the world's first 4-in-1 fully integrated multi-organ support therapy. It helps to reduce the complexity and the workload on the intensive care unit. But most importantly, it saves lives. So let's bring this promising innovation to millions of people in urgent need worldwide. Help us save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So let's hear the questions from the jury. You want to start, Philippe?
Thank you. Congratulations and thanks for the impact you provide with your technology. You have raised already 50 million euros in equity plus 6 million euros of grants and are negotiating a new round with the IC fund of 20 million euros. My question is, why do you need this prize for financing the scholarships?
So, yeah, actually, we are. Well, no, it's your, no.
Despite our first revenues and also our latest fundraising round, we're still far away from being self-financing. And in medical technology, clinical evidence is the key, is the most powerful tool that you will need in the medical marketing so that you can accelerate the medical adoption, also internationally. Clinical data in renowned journals and publications is accepted everywhere, and this is the tool that we will use to persuade the key opinion leaders and to continue with that. But unfortunately, clinical data can be really financially intense, and also especially for a small startup or a small company like ours. The money that you have stated from the latest fundraising round, they are already planned, and with them we are preparing the international market expansion in the country so that we can make patient access upon the therapy.
Yeah.
Hello, Olivier.
In this market, you've got very large international players. What prevents them to do the same type of strategy than yours, putting different systems in one, if it's really efficient? What is the barrier between your system and what they do?
Our competitors? Here you see a quantitative matrix, and you see that all the different high medtech players, they have single organ support devices, and they all depend on different technology. And so they actually, the medical community started in 2017 asking for combined organ support because they see the benefits of it. So these try to adapt them and make them to twofold organ support systems, but by combining different technologies. And this is one of our USPs, that it's really based on one technology, our device. So we don't need different setups. We have one setup. You need to connect the patient just to one device. And more importantly, also the blood pH correction. This is currently done through drugs, and actually you add bicarbonate to the blood, to increase the blood pH correction. We can, and this is then actually becomes CO2 in the body, which makes it again a problem for the patients, reducing the pH again. And it has to be removed by the lung, which is usually also impaired in 80% of the intensive care unit patients. And we can remove the blood directly from the patient's blood. And so, yeah, it's not a burden for the lung. I'm not sure here you see it's really just one technology. The main technology is, or innovation is that we have a special competition of the cleaning solution.
Justina?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Talking about technology, I asked the question before to another group, but there's always a risk of lagging behind or not having the developers or other risks. What are your challenges there? Because I think this is very technology-driven, your solution.
Our challenges to lagging behind, well, one of our success factors were to really iteratively include organ support. So we started with liver, then kidney and lung support. And we are currently working actually on additional therapy features to include them. They are already in the pipeline. We've a few of the grant money we, of course, put into research and development. So that's how we end. Also, we have a very good patent strategy because we've applied over the years several patents, and just 2 weeks ago, one of those patents was granted. So we can secure, enlarge, and prolong our patent protection.
So if we don't have any more questions, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And let's see what Carolina just drew, how she told the story. I think she's starting to like the kidneys, you know. They're getting very, very cute. So now, oh, they're at home. Portugal, the newsroom is a project that will be presented by Pedro. I don't know if Pedro is already here. Pedro, welcome to our stage. And Jenny as well. Hello, Jenny.
Hi.
Welcome. Olá, bom dia. Bem-vindos.
Hi, everyone. I think the mic is not working.
Yeah.
Can you hear the mic? No.
Can we reset the time? Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, don't shout. Don't waste your voice. We can start over.
Can you hear me now? Yes. So hello, everyone. We are Pedro and Jenny, and we are co-founders of the Newsroom. Our mission is to fight misinformation and promote plurality online. We envision a world where information ecosystems are inclusive by design, and they're built on the values of trust and healthy debate. Now, why are we here, and why do Pedro and I want to solve this? We both come from very large families, and some of our fondest memories revolve around this, dinner tables. I'm sure many of you can relate. Family and friends would gather, we would start discussing, nobody would ever come to an agreement, but we would listen to each other and engage in healthy debate. Nowadays, this is increasingly difficult, as things get very heated very fast, with devastating consequences on the health of our democracies. But now, let's take a step back. Why does this happen? Firstly, misinformation. There is misleading information everywhere, and we don't know who or what to trust. Secondly, information overload. There's too much information out there, and a lot of it is contradictory. And thirdly, polarization, as the platforms where we engage with media are very often designed to drive us further apart rather than closer together. Now, what does this mean concretely? There are 2 billion people reading news online nowadays, and 62% of them report that they lack trust in what they read. That's 1.2 billion people waking up every morning, reading the news, and not trusting what they're reading. Solutions that have been built so far have not been effective because they are inaccessible, manual, or not transparent. And the newsroom comes in with 2 solutions. The first one is a transparent assessment of the news. The second one, a trusted platform to engage with the news. Our first solution is a browser extension, and it will be available for you all to download, test, and use as of next month. Let's say it's a Thursday morning, you're firing up your laptop to check the latest news of the day right before heading to the SAT finals. With the newsroom, you get an instant assessment of the trustworthiness of what you're reading, which is surfaced as our logo, highlighted in green, yellow, or red. You always know what are the factors our algorithms have taken into account to provide you with that assessment. And you get context on the news by being served with a balanced set of views on the topic that you're reading about. And all of this is done at scale, as our solutions are fully AI-powered. Early next year, we'll be releasing our mobile application, which will revolutionize the way we engage with the news. At a first glance, you'll get a snapshot of current affairs around the topics that you care about. And then, if you want to, you'll be able to deep dive, looking at the historical context. So what are the key events that led to the news that I'm reading today? But also current context. How are publishers from left to right talking about the same issue? What are the differences? And most importantly, what is common ground? You'll also be able to ask your most pressing questions to be answered by a network of experts, and to take action responsibly. As such, we position ourselves as an active feed that assesses trust and acts as an access point to multiple content providers.
So how are we going to achieve this? How will we build a sustainable company that ties impact and profitability? Our browser extension will be completely free for all users. This will allow us to maximize our social impact while gaining insights on misinformation spreading online, as well as acting as a funnel to drive users to our application. Our news application, on the other hand, will be supported by a paid membership starting at €2.99 a month. This business model will allow us to do well by doing good, tying our business incentives with our impact goals. Our market consists of 2 billion online news readers. We are focusing on those that report they lack trust on online news and are currently paying for news they consume. Our ambition is to become a market leader, capturing 6% of the market, and therefore generating over 400 million euros of yearly revenue. Now, since starting our journey in December of last year, we've been building our foundations, have released the first MVP of our product, and we'll be releasing our full extension next month. We also have high ambitions for the year ahead, in scaling our impact, growing our user base, and further developing our business. Now, I just mentioned we want to scale our impact. So what type of impact are we talking about? At the newsroom, we align closely with SDG 16, and specifically its promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies. And we're also very conscious of the impact that tech solutions can have on the health of our planet. So one of our key goals is to become climate positive within the next 12 months. We'll be measuring our impact by directly quantifying how effective we are at reducing the spread of misinformation. Our target is to decrease by 40% the likelihood of users sharing misinformation online, and we'll be able to track this directly within our products. Now, our work has already gained wide recognition. We are fellows of Unison Youth and are the first Italian and Portuguese to join the fellowship. Have recently started our journey with the GrowF Accelerator, and are partnering with TTC Labs to design industry best practices as well as governmental policy on explainable AI. Of course, there would be no The Newsroom without a team. I am the co-founder and head of product, while Jenny is the co-founder and CEO. And while working for large technology companies, we realized how quickly misinformation can spread online, but also the role that technology can play in countering it. And that's what led us to start this project. So how can all of you help us? The award from SIT would be used to invest in team and marketing. Team, to scale the newsroom, hire 2 additional people to the team, therefore doubling our headcount. And marketing, to build a strong community and scale our impact. We'd also love for you to help us test our technology by signing up as a beta user at thenewsroom.ai. Now, misinformation is unanimously considered the biggest challenge for journalism today, and our mission is to fight back in a way that is effective and scalable. Help us build our vision and bring back those dinner conversations where healthy debates can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members of the jury, Justina, please.
This is a very interesting topic. And while I was listening to you, I was thinking about this for me, very fundamental question. that you didn't address, but possibly you do have a certain definition of what is and what is not misinformation. This is not so much on your business plan, but more on the fundamentals of your solution.
Yeah.
Could you say something about that?
Absolutely. So when designing our solution, we started very much from the problem. And what we did was we talked to over 100 experts, from journalists, ethical journalists, psychologists, to really develop what our solution would be. And with them, we worked on the 5 key pillars that make up our product. Sorry, I'm just checking the right slide. Yeah. The 5 key pillars that make up our product. And this, what we asked them was, taking the AI aside for a second, what should I, as a newsreader, look at when I'm assessing the trustworthiness of a news article? And these were the 5 key pillars that came out of those conversations. What is the source of the information I'm reading? Who are the authors? Is there transparency on the information about those authors? Is the article using references? What are the key claims being made? And where are those claims spreading? Are they spreading on high-quality news articles, high-quality sources, or low-quality ones? And then how is that information being positioned? Even if we're talking about facts, are we positioning them in a biased way, for example? And then what we did was we built the technology to scale these 5 elements and be able to assess them in a transparent way, so that as a user, you understand what our assessment looks like.
Peter, please, and then Katia.
First, compliments for taking on such a highly actual topic and very important topic. I have 2 questions. One is on accuracy. Do you have information, because you do everything with AI, no manual intervention, how accurate is your machine's algorithm? And the second one is on your business model, because I'm a little worried that you are going into the space of paid information, which is struggling. Quality journalism, investigative journalism is struggling all the time, and you are going to compete in that environment, it looks like. Yeah. So this worries me about the business model.
Absolutely. Maybe I can take the accuracy question, and then you take the business model. So in terms of accuracy, we measure accuracy both in terms of each of these individual pillars, so how accurate the technology is across each of them individually, and then also as a whole. In terms of each of these individually, the big piece that really required heavy technical innovation from our hands was the key claims. So what we do there is we identify key claims in an article, and we match them to other quality sources. And there, I'm happy to report, we are much above what is considered the industry standard on this type of technology. So the main company working on this matching is Allen NLP, which was built by Paul Allen, one of the founders of Microsoft. They have an accuracy of around 65%, while we have an accuracy of around 85%, close to 85%. So it's quite ahead of that one. In terms of the overall assessment, the end assessment we give, putting all of the pillars together, what we've been doing is working with beta users that are stress testing our technology and its accuracy. And what we achieved so far was, after reviewing each article, they can give us a score of 0 to 10 on the accuracy, and we've achieved an accuracy of 9.5 out of 10. Of course, we need to continue to do more tests and broader tests, and that's what we want to continue doing, but the initial results are very promising.
Regarding the point about the business model, definitely paid journalism is struggling. Our idea, however, is absolutely not to compete with the Financial Times of this world, quite the opposite. Our idea is to build a company that can then profitably for everybody and for society most of all, cooperate with media outlets. So our idea behind the paid model is intercepting the new trends that are arising in the consumption of media nowadays. So if you think about 10 years ago, we would read very long form articles in very big newspapers. Most of us don't even know how to hold those anymore, and we consume information in a very quick way, which is the idea behind our paid offering. So you get a snapshot, and if that's what satisfies you, that's good. And then if you want to deep dive, you can. And in that deep dive and in the context piece, our idea is then to cooperate with news outlets and with experts around the topic that the reader is reading about.
I have news for you.
Yes.
You run out of time. So
Okay.
sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. without kidneys. The newsroom from our dear Carolina. We hope we can see you at the end, Carolina. Now we go to Germany and meet the project Inclusive Education with Samuel, and I hope it's Giza, but it can also be Giza. Giza, thank you.
My name is Samuel Wunsch, and this was my work. Today, I stand here right before you, but how did I get here? I have a physical, a mental, and a learning disability. But apart from my glasses, you can't see my disabilities. Until 2013, I worked in a workshop for people with disabilities. And this is what I did, but it became quite monotone after a while. When I heard about the qualification as an educational specialist, I gained new hope. For 3 years, 5 other people and I learned how to give seminars and lectures at universities. Today, I am employed at the Institute for Inclusive Education and earn my own living. And since I have started, I am always outgrowing myself. In our everyday life, my colleagues and I give lectures to students. For example, we are talking about being disabled by the society. And together with the students, we create ideas about how inclusion could work. For the students, talking with us is often one of their highlights in their studies. And it helps also to break down their fear of contact.
This fear of contact is a major challenge, preventing the participation of people with disabilities. But people with disabilities belong in the center of society. The United Nations call for the implementation of inclusion because participation is a human right. Our approach, qualifying educational specialists, focuses on the competencies of people with so-called intellectual disabilities. Educational specialists enable students to break down their barriers in the minds. Universities become more inclusive. 6 educational specialists reach up to 5,000 students each year. Lena is one of them. In 2 years, Lena will be a teacher. Thanks to her experience with educational specialists, she will bring inclusion to school. Inclusive skills are needed by every person who works with people. It affects all disciplines. Our impact is not only targeting students. Isn't it impressive that all people who completed our qualification have entered the first labor market? Samuel, you are one of them. What does working as an educational specialist mean to you?
As an educational specialist, I have found my own personal calling, and my colleagues feel the same way. Laura, for example, is more independent and fulfilled, and Marco moves people to rethink. So we all are very empowered in our profession. My 5 colleagues and I are the first educational specialists over the world, but we are not the only ones anymore, because we are becoming more and more. There are still so many people in workshops for people with disabilities who have really, really important things to say. And there are still so many people without disabilities who need to learn about inclusion. And we want to bring these groups together. We have already done this at 6 locations where educational specialists teach at universities. But Gesa, how does the journey of the Institute continue?
Our journey includes adding more locations. We want to scale internationally, and we want to move into other sectors. In the long run, we want to be mainstream in order to change the system. Within our scaling process, we help locations to initiate their qualification. Our project consultation is how we generate our own funds. In addition, we also get grants. Due to the pandemic, our scaling could not happen as planned. As a result, we lack funding in the amount of 80,000 euros. Winning here today could help us to secure our funding. So our team, High to Kiel, our team can continue to write our success story, also outside Germany. Our team consists of individual talents. We are all team players and very passionate about our mission.
By voting for us, you are helping to give many more people with disabilities a chance to become educational specialists and outgrow themselves, like me, here, today. Because what I know and what I can do, only I can do, only I know and only I can do. And there's no one else in the world who can do this, because I am unique. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Jury, please. Katel.
Thank you so much for bringing your passion. I think you won the applause in the room prize and maybe others. My question has to do with the relationship of your initiative with the university. And how, so you mentioned very clearly that your idea is to mainstream the initiative in the current system, to change the system. So can you explain how that works currently and how you plan on making that work in different universities in different countries? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We actually are changing the system right now. Our colleagues, we started and founded the institute. Our founder founded to maintain the road a little bit, because people with disabilities who actually don't have a degree are teaching at universities. So universities were like, no, we can't employ you. How shall we? There's so much bureaucracy. I mean, we're in Germany, come on. And so we started and founded the institute. Right now, our next project, which started in Germany, they are now employed at universities already. So educational specialists got a contract at the university. That's how we want to become mainstream. And we will be employed at the Kiel University next year, and just got the news. So we are already getting into the mainstream. How do we want to do this in Europe? Well, we have a module manual for the qualification. So how to qualify 6 people with so-called intellectual disabilities to become educational specialists, learning how to teach at universities. This we want to translate in English and to adapt. Then we also have project management to bring all the stakeholders together, because it's a cooperational thing. We have to talk to politicians, to universities, to administrative staff to get all this together. And that's how we want to scale. We already have contacts with Switzerland and Austria, so it's a little bit easier, German-speaking countries. But we are also in an Erasmus Plus project, so we are also within the international community.
Peter? Did you, sorry, Elena, you have your mic on. Sorry, Peter.
How do you select your future educational specialist?
I think Samuel can answer if you want to. How did you get selected? How did you become an educational specialist?
Well, it was starting at the workshop for people with disabilities. So
you applied, didn't you?
Yes, I applied. Yes, and
so
then
we have an application process. So, like if you want to apply for qualification, you just write your application form, or you give a video, or you get help to write an application. And then the most important thing is, if people want to change the system and want to come out of the sheltered workshop, which is a really safe place, they have to be brave, and they have to be the encouragement to, and they want to be empowered to talk about their own disabilities, like Samuel did.
Some other question? Yes, Concepcion?
You showed us about how you're going to use the money, this time around, but I'm missing some more financial information about how you're going to support this scaling, up ambition that you have with the money that this requires.
So we have a regional management team who is doing our project transfer, so they have the experience to help the other locations to start the qualifications. That's how we get our consultation fee. So this is a way to get funds. We have also really great foundations who are supporting us. So this is our business model right now. And yeah, we have Ministry of Science, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Affairs, who are seeing this as a quality of teaching, like future skills, inclusive competencies. So this is how we will conquer the market.
We have half a minute. Peter, it's your turn now.
Yeah, so to me the grants part in your revenue stream is more than 60%, if I'm right. Isn't it vulnerable to, or is there any sustainability in that part of the revenues?
I think it is. Before Corona, so many federal ministries, governments were really keen to implement the project. And I would like to quote one professor who was saying, no student should leave the university without getting in touch with educational specialists. So I hope that after the pandemic, the focus can be more on those projects again. And we already are in 3 locations now, fixing contracts. So I think it's quite sustainable.
Okay. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Wonderful idea. Thank you. Good luck. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye, Samuel. So now we'll keep in Germany speaking about, but before we have to look at, oh, lovely drawing. Thank you, Carolina. Now we're reaching to the end. We only have 2 pitches left. And now from Germany, Katrin and Silke will present us Wasser 3.0. Welcome them, please. Hello.
Microplastics, tiny toxic particles, excellent carriers for micropollutants, bacteria and viruses. highly dispersed in oceans, rivers, airs, and soil, in our drinking water. They enter the food chain and human bodies. Hi, my name is Katrin Schuhen, and I'm the inventor, founder, and CEO of Wasser3O. We have solutions to stop the microplastic time bomb. We are experts in chemistry, environmental sciences, in technology and engineering, and communication. IP, visibility, reputation, label, and awards confirm this. Our vision is waters without microplastics and micropollutants. And this means stop the pollution at the origin, in industries, from the production, manufacturing, recycling, and in wastewater treatment plants. Committed to circular economy and zero waste, we detect, remove, and reuse microplastics and other micropollutants, and with direct contributions to the SDGs. Our core product is Remove. And now it's time to show you how it works. First, we detect the pollution scenario and analyze the processes. Removal takes place in a closed system. We add to a created tornado, Wasser3O packs, a non-toxic magic glue. Within minutes, microplastics, micropollutants, and packs clump together, flow to the surface, and can be easily skimmed off. What remains is clean water and the agglomerates, the removal products, ready for reuse, for example, as a construction material. Now you have the animation, and it's time to show you some real-life examples. Our first customer comes from paper industry, and here we first detect the process. Process analysis showed us a very non-sustainable and non-efficient process with large amounts of chemicals and water consumption. And finally, no data for microplastics. With the implementation of detect, remove, reuse, we create a completely sustainable process for this customer, where we have 90% chemical reuse, we have 100% waste reuse, and 90% water reuse, and as a side effect, 50% less energy demand. And for microplastics, what was the main issue? 95% removal efficiency. Money-wise, this means, compared to our competitors, we are 20% cheaper in CapEx. And with the implementation of detect, remove, reuse, we reduces the operational cost for this customer of about 75%, with a return on invest of less than 2 years. For this customer, we have a rollout strategy until 2025 with 200 plants worldwide. Our business model is R&D intense and purpose-driven. We have 3 revenue streams with detect, remove, reuse, consecutive or independent. We have a strong supply chain partner with ABCR, and we do our pilots and plans with various partners in funded R&D projects or via bootstrapping. Our strategy for the next 4 years is we want to tackle 13 segments, from production, manufacturing, and recycling, and install detect, remove, reuse as a solution for microplastics. We can react flexible on demand, so depending on rising regulations, we have a concept to do it within 4 years, or can easily speed up and do it before, if the regulations are before 2025. Our total sales and EBITDA showed from the EBITDA side a high amount of personnel costs, and the initial sales streams arise from detect and remove business. If you want waters without microplastics and micropollutants, you need more than just technology or a working solution. You need all stakeholders. And this is why we engage them all in R&D projects, communication, education, and awareness raising. For waters without microplastics and micropollutants, this means we need, for the first time, comparable data. And comparable data is the gap. And this gap needs to be closed. And we do it with our current projects. This is, on the one hand, a digital learning tool and a rapid test. And the rapid test comes into play when we talk about our vision. The vision is to enable comparable data, collecting for the first time at large scale, openly accessible, creating a linchpin for microplastic action, building a global map of microplastics. With the prize money, we run our first citizen science projects with NGOs, universities, and schools, making everyone part of the solution. Are you in? We are. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's hear from the jury who wants to start. Justina, you're getting ready.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you very much for the energized presentation. You mentioned 3 revenue streams. I may have missed them. Could you repeat those again?
Of course, we have detect, remove, and reuse. So if you have the detection, you know about the pollution scenario, and if you know about the pollution scenario, you know about how to install the right removal technology, and if you have the removal technology running, you can create the revenue streams with the reuse sector as well.
Yes, but who is paying you for this? Maybe it's a very strange question, but I understand the process. I just don't understand the dollars or euros behind it.
There are the early adopters. So in each segment, we have this lighthouse effect. We have the companies who really want to change and really install new processes and really want to create impact on their solutions. And this is how we do our business at the moment. So we install detection, and then they get aware, oh, we have a problem, we need to act, and we have the chance to act. And if they know how to act and how to increase the impact on environmental savings on the one hand, and on the money on the other side, because you have the savings money-wise as well. This keeps them going to the future, and this keeps us going to a rollout strategy, and a clear rollout strategy, segment-based.
Okay. Next one. Yes, Oliver. Sorry.
Just wondering about your pricing strategy. So how much does it cost the first service and then the following ones to a corporation, for a corporation?
First, this is an R&D-based project, because then you create the data. And the data creation is a detection method. And detection normally costs not that much, but you get the data for the process. And then we start with the piloting. Piloting means that we run first the test on a technical scale. We show that everything is moving, and we get the removal efficiency we want and get the results we want. We present them to the customer. And then we do it in a continuous way. So we install directly in their process line. And while installing in their process line, we get the data for continuous operation, and they get a running system, and they get the money out of this.
And now, Olivier, if you please.
2 questions. Have you patented your processes, system, etc.? Do you have competitors? And second, you are an NGO, so if you grow, you will need capital to grow. How are you going to structure your future?
First question, we have the IP with ABCR, because we need the strong partner for the supply chain. We do not want to sell chemicals. This is not our business. We want to set up solutions. And therefore, we patented together with ABCR. The knowledge is on the side of Wassersrio. ABCR holds the patent. This was the first part of the question. And the second part is, yes, we are a social business, but social business does not mean that we do not earn money or do not want to earn money. It's not a pro bono status we have. We work in a completely strong company-related, economy-related system, but our revenues are directly reinvested in the company. So we do not have external runoffs. We always directly reinvest in the company. And this leads us to do more bootstrapping from the revenues we generate during our economic or customer-related actions.
Anyone else? Going once? Catel.
I'm always here. Thank you so much. And thanks also for your energy. What is your relationship with existing water facilities? I mean, the public institution part of your ecosystem to remove microplastics.
So for us, it's very important to show the people that we have the microplastic problem on the one hand. So the public relation is very important to make sure awareness rising, due to awareness rising campaigns, what we really want. We want to prevent microplastics entering our ecosystem. So this is the one side. And on the other side, we have this direct contribution via educational programs to do the cross-sectoral educational project. If we work with the public sector, this means for us that we give them the information from our data, openly accessible, that they can react, because the public sector needs the information. They do not have. Politics needs the information for setting up the right regulations, for directly make action. And therefore, we serve them all with data, with all the information we generate, and give as much as we can to stop this microplastic time bomb.
Okay, thank you so much. A big applause. Thank you, good luck. And here is the Carolina storytelling drawing. And now, at last but not least, let's go back to Denmark and meet the project ECOFLEXY. Well, from Denmark and specific from Aarhus. Here is Parum. And I hope he's ready. And Isabel, sorry, you're confusing me. During lunch, I thought it was Parum. Well,
I think
welcome.
Is it working? No, right?
Not yet. Just wait a little bit. So from Arun, Isabel? Horun?
Yeah.
Okay. Great university.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Isabel. Thank you.
Perfect. Let me start the presentation with one question for all of you. Do you wash your teeth 2 or 3 times a day? How many of you does it? Great. I can see that there is a lot of people in the room that care about their own health. But did you know that every time that you brush your teeth, you maybe are sending hundreds of microplastics directly from the sink to the water system? Next time that you go into the store, I invite you to look into the ingredient list, and you will find polyethylene. Yes, the same material that is used to produce plastic bags and containers. But not only that, when you dispose the tube, it also ends up in the landfill, where it breaks down into small particles over time. This is primarily driven by the fact that it's made from a complex combination of materials which prevents it from being recycled. We all know in the room that microplastics are not biodegradable, so they end up accumulating in the nature. A recent study has pointed out that an average adult consumes 2,000 microplastic particles on average every single year. This is the equivalent on 1 credit card per week. We need to stop microplastics from becoming our next food ingredient. I'm Isabel. I'm one of the 3 co-founders of CELLUGY. We are a biotech startup that has developed a technology platform that allows for a fast and cost-effective production of biocellulose. This is the purest source of cellulose in nature. Unlike nature-extracted materials and petrochemicals, our process doesn't rely in intensive chemicals processes. It's neither land-intensive required. It is produced locally from a wide range of biosources and by non-GMO bacteria, allowing us to avoid the costs and the carbon-intensive value chain. I'm here today to present you ECOFLEXY, the next generation barrier coating for fiber-based materials. One layer of ECOFLEXY can actually replace between the 3 and 6 layers of plastics that are currently needed to provide barrier properties to fiber materials. It allows us to turn it into monomaterial solution that at the end of life can be recycled in the existing waste stream for fibers. When mixed with the fibers, we can actually reduce the weight by 50%. This allows us to make products that are lighter weight, using less raw materials and minimizing waste. It is compostable at room temperature in soil, and it disintegrates in just 4 weeks. This technology is very versatile, and it can be applied in a wide range of fiber materials, ranging from packaging to textiles. We are tackling the multi-billion market of biochemicals. Sustainable barrier coatings for fiber materials accounts approximately for 2% of this market. Given the pressure and demand of this segment, we estimate to be able to capture 2% of this market by 2026. Our revenue streams are based on 2 models. In the short term, we envision to outsource the production of ECOFLEXY to a contract manufacturing organization, and then perform sales to fiber manufacturers and formulation companies. CMOs have a big production capacity, and this will help us streamline commercialization. With a strong patent protection, then we can combine this with a licensing model to key players in this value chain. We funded CELLUGY 3 years ago, and we have come a long way. We are currently at pre-pilot scale. We have 5 pilots with customers, 3 of them Fortune 500, within the luxury fibers and chemical companies. We want to launch ECOFLEXY in the market on 2023. But for that to happen, we really need to scale the technology and demonstrate successfully ECOFLEXY in the customer sites. And that's precisely where the SIT price comes into place. We want to use the money to scale up this bioprocess to industrial scale. This will allow us to produce the first 2 tons of ECOFLEXY and reduce 24 tons of microplastics going into the environment. By 2026, we estimate a production capacity of 250 tons and revenues in the order of 100 million. This will allow us to achieve a massive impact and help transition into a low-carbon bioeconomy. We will be able to reduce CO2 emissions equivalent to 10,000 cars going around the world, reduce the amount of microplastics that are leaking to the environment equivalent to 100 blue whales, and also sustain 2% of the jobs in the rural areas. We have built a very solid, successful, and diverse team with a strong scientific and business competences among the co-founders. The team is complemented with colleagues with complementary skill sets in business and technology. We are still on time to prevent microplastics from becoming our next food ingredient. Our platform technology is capable of minimizing, of reducing hundreds of microplastics of going into the environment. We are funded both publicly and privately by institutions such as Novo Nordisk Bioinnovation Institute, the European Commission Green Deal, as well as Sky Ocean Ventures. Our technology has been recognized 19 times by institutions worldwide. We believe ECOFLEXY and biotechnology have the power to solve one of the greatest issues of our era, and that's why we are here to ask for your support. I'm today here with Parun, who is our Financial and Operation Officer, as you may know. And both of us, we will be very happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. So, jury, who wants to start? Concepcion?
So, congratulations. I'm always a little bit concerned with bio-based products about, if this was a major success, right, and you were able to substitute much of the plastic that is used in different industries with your product, what would that involve from a biodiversity perspective in terms of how would you be able to source the plant-based, input that you require, and what effect could that have?
Yeah, so right now we are using sugar basically, and one of the reasons is because we are at early stage, so we really need to scale up the technology. We are working very closely with sugar manufacturers because they have a big challenge, which is that a lot of their sugar is actually going to waste or surplus and they cannot utilize it. So they are really looking into alternative uses, higher end uses, where they can use this sugar in order to maintain the work of their farmers. We have proven in our patent application that actually we can use also other sources of biosources. So we can use citrus waste, we can use vegetable waste, we can use a lot of different waste, but that comes on a later stage on our development, giving also a little bit more of the complexity that requires. And you also ask about biodiversity in the soil. So the fact that we are using beetroot actually is also preserving the soil quality, and that's also very, very important. And that's why also it's very important that the material is compostable in soil, because that brings back nutrients to the soil.
Katia?
Thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit more about the pre-pilot phase, and in particular the feasibility of the technology, that your results on the feasibility that came through, please?
Yeah. So we are currently operating, transferring the 2 liters to 30, 50 liters scale. So when you use a biotechnology process, it's actually the scaling up is done stepwise. So we are in that scaling up of the 16, 30 liters scale right now. The next critical step, which is where we really want to use the money in, is to bring it up to 500 liters capacity, because that will help us really demonstrate it at a scale that is considered close to the industrial capacity. I should say that our bacteria has proven to produce and outperform other bacteria that are available in the market, and that gives us a good indication that we will be able to produce in a cost-efficient way.
To add on that, on top of it, going to 500 liters is our battle horse. Once afterwards, it will be easier for us to exponentially grow our production process.
Yes, Peter, please.
Can you explain how your product cost-wise is compared to the alternatives, let's say plastics?
Yeah. Good questions. That's why I'm here, actually. So the production cost at a current scale, it's basically comparable to other high-performing nature-extracted material. So when we reach the industrial scale on a bigger size, then we can bring down the production cost up to 50%. That will allow us actually to be even more competitive in the production cost.
Someone else wants to do any question? No? Okay. Okay, you can.
I had a follow-up to what I was asking you in terms of the feasibility, because so I understand in terms of the scaling and the sizing, but you also did that pre-pilot with specific industry. So how did that work with their own production line?
Yeah, so actually that's very, very important. And the good feature of our material is not only that it performs the way that it does, but also that you can use it with standard manufacturing processes. So actually the fermentation part, we do it in a standard equipment, which is very important if we want to do it locally production, because that should be available everywhere. So we are using a standard equipment. And then when it comes to product implementation at the customer side, that's what they are doing right now during the pilots. They have been able to integrate it into the coating processes that they have in there. Yeah. I mean, that's critical in our point of view, because otherwise, yeah.
Okay, so if there is no more questions, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Can you stay here? I will ask Isabel and Paron to stay here to set a mode, because I want to ask every one of the finalists. You have one more?
Yeah, we have one more.
I will have NUVENTURA, I'm so sorry. Thank you. But you can stay here anyway. Don't run away. Of course we have one more. Ah, you are very, very nice. I was just seeing if you were with attention. Yes, we have one more. Energy from Germany. It's called NUVENTURA, but before we're going to look at the draw of Carolina, please. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it. It's behind me all the time. Hola.
Hello. Hola.
So it's Nicolas. I got your name right.
Yes, very good. Very good.
Welcome.
Well, we're almost there. So yeah, my name is Nicholas, and our goal at NUVENTURA is to make the use of sulfur hexafluoride, or SF6, obsolete in the energy industry. May I see a quick raise of hands for who knows what SF6 is? Does anybody know SF? Okay, so we have a few people, very good. Well, I hope more of you will know what these are. Yes, they're shoes, but they're not just any shoes. They're actually quite iconic shoes. They're called Nike Airs, and they're often considered to be the original collector's items for what we call sneakerheads. But what a lot of people don't know about these shoes is that in the bubble under the heel, in the original models back in the 80s, SF6 was actually inside. But Nike soon realized that they were dealing with a very strong greenhouse gas and replaced it with nitrogen. As a matter of fact, SF6 is used in pretty much every other industry, has been phased out precisely because it's a strong greenhouse gas. But not only is it a strong greenhouse gas, it's actually the world's strongest greenhouse gas. So 1 kilogram of SF6 is equivalent to 23,500 kilograms of CO2. And its annual emissions, which are around 8,000 tons, are equivalent to the yearly CO2 emissions produced by around 100 million cars. And to make matters even worse, in a business-as-usual scenario, its use is actually expected to grow by 75% by 2030 from 2019 levels. And the reason for that growth can be found in the energy industry, where SF6 is used as an insulating medium for gas-insulated switchgear. Now, there's only a couple of things that you really need to know about switchgear. One is that they are extremely important components of all electricity grids. And two, their functionality is very similar to the functionality of switches that we all have in our homes for the lights. So their job is to turn off and on different sections of the electricity grid. Now, there's various different types of switchgear, but the one that we are focusing on is called gas-insulated switchgear, or GIS. And this is considered to be the premium technology, so the state-of-the-art in terms of switchgear. And the reason for that is that they allow for much more compact dimensions and also have a reputation for high reliability. So in essence, switchgear can be found throughout electricity infrastructure, from huge substations like you can see behind me to smaller compact stations that you can see closer to the consumer. You might have seen them out and about on the streets. However, SF6's use in the energy industry is attracting more and more attention from regulators, especially from the European Commission and also the California Air Resources Board in the United States. So much so that it's widely expected that these regulators will actually phase its use out in the energy sector by 2025. And it's for this reason that sustainable alternatives are urgently required. And that's when NUVENTURA comes in. So we've developed the first of its kind medium voltage gas insulated switchgear that replaces the SF6 with dry air. So that's basically just the air that we will breathe, except with the moisture just sucked out. And we've achieved this while not compromising on any of the benefits that I mentioned earlier. So that's compact dimensions and high reliability. In terms of our business model, we want to help the industry move as fast as possible away from the use of this gas. And with that in mind, we want to help switchgear manufacturers actually expand their own product portfolios with dry air alternatives. And to do this, we have two basically streams to our business model. One is called licensing, where we license the full design to switchgear manufacturers for them to build. And two, we can actually also sell core components to switchgear manufacturers for them to incorporate into their own switchgear designs. And then, of course, the manufacturers would sell the switchgear on to their own customers, which are generally utility companies and also industry. So this business model allows us, NUVENTURA, to focus on the R&D, which is what we do best, while allowing, as I said, the manufacturers to build on the relationships with their customers. So it's a win-win. In terms of the market, we're addressing a market of 23 billion euros. It's growing, and that's because of the energy transition, which is going to need a lot of switchgear, and also the increasing electrification of Asia and Africa. And in terms of our serviceable obtainable market, it's around 13 million euros. So how did we get to where we are today? So the project started in 2016. The first pilot of our prototype was installed with Westnet's Energy in 2018, and this was followed by the product's certification or type tests in Kima Labs, a prestigious German lab. And then we also closed our first customer, Dual ADE, a Canadian manufacturing company, and this was followed by a couple of more demonstration projects with Eon Edis and also Apex Energy, a hydrogen company. And in the coming months, we also hope to add to the list of demonstration projects with a Spanish project and an Austrian project, as well as add a Turkish manufacturing client. So in terms of financials, 2021 will close with a revenue of 428,000, but we hope this to increase, or expect this to increase by 2026 to around 13 million, with a nice EBITDA of 3.8 million. And we expect this financial success to also be accompanied by environmental impact, and that will be offsetting 814 kilotons of CO2 equivalent, which is the equivalent to the yearly CO2 emissions produced by around 460,000 cars. So our team is very experienced, with experience from McKinsey, Schneider, and ABB, and the money would be used to expand our team with a technical project manager to help with the existing projects and also the upcoming projects that I just mentioned. And yeah, so we hope that you will join us in our journey to give SF6 the Nike treatment and kick it out of our energy infrastructure. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Nicolas. And now for questions, Philippe.
Thank you. Congratulations. I have two questions to you. Is your solution commercially competitive if the regulation doesn't go forward, or as fast as you expect? And second question, how do you measure social impact in a project like yours? Thank you.
Okay, so to answer your first question about the regulation, I will admit the regulation is very important for us. It's one of the main reasons that utility companies and industry companies actually mention when they approach us for demonstration projects. However, it's not the only USP. So the environmental aspect is, of course, the main USP, but our technology, our use of dry air, also has other implications, such as the ability to incorporate sensors into the technology. So existing switchgear cannot be integrated into IoT, into Industry 4.0 use cases, because it's hermetically sealed, while because we use dry air instead of a greenhouse gas, we can actually open the hardware to install sensors. And this allows the users to actually collect quite sensitive and important data, which helps them in their asset management strategies. But yes, the regulation would be quite important. And your second question was about social impact. Right. So our business is very much B2B. However, our goal in terms of our business model is actually to democratize the gas-insulated switchgear industry. So at the moment, the industry is dominated by a few big players. So that's Siemens, ABB, Schneider, these big multinationals. But because we want to license the technology to help other smaller players also enter this gas-insulated switchgear market, we want to essentially make it more competitive and to spread the know-how around the world, which we hope will also lead to, yeah, basically business improvements for different manufacturing companies.
Yes, Olivier?
Yes, you mentioned earlier that in 2026 or 25, in EU, SF6 would be forbidden, no more use. How are going to do the big players? And are they developing other solutions that could compete with you?
Yes, so the manufacturing companies are moving towards SF6-free switchgear solutions. However, at the moment, we are the only switchgear technology provider that's actually developed a dry air switchgear for the full medium voltage. So there's different voltages, and our technology is applicable to the whole medium voltage sector. The other OEMs, they've got alternatives for lower voltage ranges, and also some of them replace the SF6 with another greenhouse gas, which of course is not ideal. So yes, so at the moment we definitely have a competitive advantage, and we hope to further strengthen this competitive advantage by actually increasing the products, so the portfolio that we can offer the manufacturers. So we're moving to expand our product portfolio in order to further strengthen and differentiate ourselves from the other switchgear manufacturers.
Any other question? Katia?
I'll go.
Yes.
Thanks, Nicholas. So you mentioned that the price, the funding part of the price will be used to finance a project manager to scale across countries. So given that it's a one-time grant, how do you plan on making that position sustainable in your company? What will be the impact, the real impact of that price in your business model?
Right, so yes, so this is, I mean, of course, we're always looking for grant money. That's kind of a very important part of our financing strategy. So this initial grant will help us to get that employee and to expand the team. But of course, later in 2022, we're going to be having another funding round, which will allow us to sustain the team that we develop and to keep this project manager that we will get through this grant. So yeah, that's the long-term plan for keeping our team together.
So if we have no more questions, okay. Thank you so much,
Thank
Nicholas.
you very much.
And you will stay here, yes. Can you stay here for a question? Yes, yes. You'll see a little drawing because Carolina has also made a drawing regarding your project, hopefully. No, she did, yeah. Yeah, she's still wondering, should I put a little kidney in the middle?
What is a switchgear?
Yeah, what's a switchgear? What's a NUVENTURA? Carolina, are you there? I'm just asking Richard Nicholas, sorry, to stay here because we're going to ask all the finalists to come on stage. Aha, there it is. Ah, she managed. Oh, I love the little skeleton there. the SF6 guys. Amazing. Thank you. So, where are the finalists? Can you please start coming down here to make the family photo? Because this, in fact, was the final pitch. So, congratulations, everybody. Let me tell you, we're all amazing, and I do not envy the jury this afternoon. Yeah, so they are already thinking, oh my God, what have I done to my life? Why have I accepted this year? Last year was easier. So come on stage, please, while I remind you that the projects are also competing for the Audience Choice Award of 10,000 euros, which means that the project that will get more votes will receive 10,000 euros. Don't miss the opportunity to vote on your 3 favorite projects. The voting will be open online from now until 7 o'clock afternoon at our website sit2021.org. And winners will be published on the website late this evening. Ah, all of them are here. Great. Great. Applause for them. Thank you so much. I think we have still 2 more, and we have to wait for... Yes, here you are. Welcome. All of you here, smile, little birds, Twitter, Facebook. Now is the time, hashtag, okay? I'll just be here like a nice vase, China vase. Aha, come here, come here. Join us. It's a nice family, isn't it? And now you'll be nervous until tonight, right? Thank you so much. Ah, we have 2 more. Wait, 3 more. Wait. There. One moment now. 1, 2, 3. Say SIT. Thank you so much. Don't be very, very nervous, okay? Enjoy the sun. Enjoy Lisbon. Yes, I will ask the jury and Louisa to join us. Tonight, she only wants, you know, by night. It's like Batman, you know. I can I ask the jury, of course. The jury, yes, please. Join us. They're not your enemy. Vá, Luísa, venha daí. Vá lá, tem de ser. Yeah, if the jury is here, so is Luísa. Okay. Yeah, it's a big, big family photo. Let me get you some more, 1 more meter. Great. Cabemos todos? Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Squeeze. You can sit on the floor. It's COVID-free. I hope. Yeah, amazing. Who has the football? And we all say cheers and thank you so much. Just publish on your social media and say this was the most amazing afternoon you've ever had for the last 18 months. It was. Yeah, just wave and say goodbye. Thank you and see you tonight. Don't forget to vote. Thank you to the jury. Have a nice afternoon and go and eat pastéis de Belém. It's once in a lifetime, you have to do it. Bye-bye.